Muy, muy feliz lunes a todos. Bienvenidos a este casino del tío Salo. Oigan, ¿qué fin de semana tan loco ha habido? Para todos los que no sepan a qué me estoy refiriendo, es Donald Trump sacó su meme coin, ¿no? Que es un cripto, que es meme, y eso quiere decir que no tiene absolutamente ningún uso, ninguna utilidad, lo que sea, simplemente es para diversión. Y esa cosa que salió el viernes en la noche, para el sábado en la mañana ya tenía un market cap, o sea, un valor total de por ahí de 30 mil millones de dólares. Llegó hasta casi los 80 mil millones de dólares de valor, lo que le da a Trump, porque hay muchísimos rumores, ¿no? Mucha gente no sabe si Donald Trump es dueño del 80% de todo el supply, que es lo que parece. Y también hay muchos diferentes números que da la gente, pero les voy a poner algo enfrente para que todos tengan una idea de cuánto dinero está haciendo Donald Trump, que es una locura. Además de eso, hoy Donald Trump se convierte en presidente de Estados Unidos oficialmente, así que nos vamos a perder tristemente la inauguración de Donald Trump porque vamos a estar aquí en el casino de degenerados. Tal vez ustedes no puedan verlo también acá en su televisión, va a estar interesante. Y también hubieron otras cosas que pasaron, ¿no? Le dieron el perdón a, ¿cómo se llama este tío? A Mills o como sea, el de seguridad, y también a Dr. Fauci. Ya perdonaron a Dr. Fauci por los crímenes que nunca cometió, entonces no tenemos de qué preocuparnos todos los que nos vacunamos. En fin, Donald Trump saca su moneda, güey, el pompazo de cripto, está muy chistoso esto, porque hay mucha gente que lo voltea a ver y es de, no puedo creer que Donald Trump es... Por cierto, los entiendo, ¿no? Los entiendo, porque todo el mundo ve esto como una bajeza. Siempre que puede ser dinero fácil, no sé por qué tenemos un instinto como humanos a verlo como eso está abajo de lo que yo haría por dinero, ¿no? Que está bien, no sé por qué estamos programados para eso, pero entonces tienes dos campos, el campo de esto es una bajeza y el campo de qué tiene de malo, ¿no? Eso es lo que está pasando. Pero lo que me parece chistoso es, esto es un reflejo más grande de la sociedad, de lo que creemos, más que de Donald Trump en lo que estamos viendo. Porque cuando saca Trump su moneda, personalmente me es indiferente, me da igual, ¿no? Porque no voy a comprar su moneda, tampoco la voy a vender, no es mi ídolo, simplemente adoro su comedia, pero tampoco es mi enemigo. Entonces, muy indiferente a esto. Y aparte está sacando un proyecto y se llama un proyecto meme. Cuando sacas un proyecto meme, le estás diciendo a la gente, güey, esta madre no funciona para nada y muy probablemente vas a perder tu dinero. Si de ahí la gente quiere entrar, chido, ¿no? Porque les estás diciendo, güey, vamos a perder todo nuestro dinero juntos y todos quieren formar parte de la comunidad, ¿vale? Pues se vale. Eso es como mi stance en esto, porque no fue como que sacó una moneda que le dijo a todo el mundo, oye, esta moneda va a cambiar el mundo de las finanzas, va a ser esto, va a ser lo otro. Es de, güey, ¿quieres volverte parte de la comunidad de la moneda de Trump? Aquí la tienes, güey. Llégale con todo, pon todo tu puto dinero. Y ahí les van cosas loquísimas y ahorita regresamos al comportamiento de la sociedad y lo que nos tiene que decir esto, porque se me hace algo importante e interesante. Pero uno, market cap llegó a 80 mil millones de dólares. Hay una persona que metió $1 millón y tenía para el sábado en la mañana 180 millones de dólares. Cuando esto llegó a 80 mil millones de dólares de valor, ese tío tenía 340 millones de dólares de poner un millón. Y ahora creo que de los 340, simplemente en donde está el precio ahorita, creo que está de vuelta entre los 120 y 180 millones de dólares su posición, que es una locura que todavía lo tenga. Yo hubiera vendido, imagínate $1 millón, convertirlo en 180 millones de dólares en un día. En un día. Yo hubiera vendido todo eso, no entiendo quién mierdas lo hizo, pero también Donald Trump tiene muchos amigos muy ricos, ¿no? Que probablemente es de, güey, tírale un meloncito acá, déjalo ahí, tranquilo, ya vemos qué pasa después, si no te lo regreso con un favor, podría ser. Pero también la especulación la hemos visto, ¿no? Hay gente que de verdad le metió $1 millón a la moneda esa de Jactúa, que perdieron todo instantáneamente. Entonces, el nivel de locura en cripto existe. Ahora, lo que se me hizo muy chistoso, y ahorita vamos a analizar absolutamente todo, lo que se me hizo muy chistoso de todo esto es que toda la gente en cripto, la mayor parte de los nombres grandes en cripto que sigo, estaban indignadísimos. Pero indignadísimos. Es de, güey, estás metido en algo que absolutamente tiene nada de sentido. Entiendo lo de las redes y todo esto, muy padre. pero solamente estás invirtiendo para hacer más dinero. No estás invirtiendo en la tecnología, no estás empujando, no, estás invirtiendo para hacer más dinero. Y ahora toda esta gente está indignada de que, "Oh, ¿cómo es que Donald Trump? Esto es por lo que Gary Gensler tenía razón. Hemos perdido el sentido". Mark Cuban, una de las mujeres más enojadas del mundo en el 2024 y ahora el 2025, está emputadísima. La multimillonaria de Shark Tank, Mark Cuban, está muy enojada. También está enojada porque Trump está haciendo esto. Y también, por cierto, Melania sacó su moneda ayer. Eso hizo que la moneda de Trump cayera abruptamente. Y hasta personalmente me desperté muy temprano ayer y estaba tradeando con Alex, estábamos viendo los niveles, güey, aquí estaba expandiendo volatilidad en la caída y todo esto. Muy divertido tradear algo que tiene tan poca, no, que tiene tanta liquidez y que se mueve tanto tan rápido, pero güey, es literalmente, no hay fundamento alguno, no hay fundamento alguno. Mejor invierto como yo con mis fundamentos, donde me compré mi NFTs que creí que ya no me había salido la jugada y hoy me desperté a ver que lo vendí e hice el doble de mi dinero. Nada mal. Además, por cierto, le puse $500. No se me preocupen, no estoy tan loco todavía. Pero muy divertido. Yo creo que el reflejo de la envidia de la moneda de Donald Trump es simplemente eso, una sociedad que está completamente en caos, que creen que merecen mejor que todos los demás, que creen que soy mejor que todos los demás, y es lo que nos han inculcado, a fin de cuentas. ¿Qué podríamos esperar, no? Nada diferente, nada diferente. ¿Voy a comprar la moneda de Trump? Absolutamente no. Tal vez haga un trade acá y allá. Alex es el departamento de locura, y junto con Farhan, creo que lo han hecho. Así que los voy a traer acá, vamos a darle al casino, y para todo el mundo que tal vez no lo sepa, tenemos nuestro Discord, que es absolutamente gratuito para todos ustedes, y lo tenemos en la, ¿cómo se llama? Lo tenemos en la parte de abajo. Aquí tienen el Discord para todos los que vayan a entrar al Discord de Elite Trading Academy. Lo único que tienen, o sea, aquí están todos los menús. Aquí en general está todo el chat, absolutamente todo el chat. Pueden venir a compartir sus tarjetas con nosotros. No sé si estoy compartiendo esto con ustedes. Sí, lo pueden ver bien. Tenemos también chart request, testimoniales, cualquier cosa que necesiten por correo, etcétera. Los análisis de Alex, los análisis de Farhan. Y ya también saben, tenemos el famosísimo sitio de Elite Trading Academy, por si quieren. Lo del Discord es gratis y también hay muchísima, la comunidad es buenísima. Esto, tíos, dense una vuelta si necesitan. Aquí tienen todo en uno en el Elite Package. También tienes los live trading sessions, tienes las alertas de trading que mandamos. Por cierto, a los de las alertas de trading estamos cambiando el sistema para que los podamos mandar o a su teléfono o correo. Queremos ver qué va a tener más sentido porque hay veces que mandamos varias, las últimas de los longs de Bitcoin, por ejemplo, y queremos que les lleguen rápido, tal cual. Entonces estamos en eso. Y también tienes el curso de Cero a Trader, que te enseña cómo ser un trader en un video en 1 hora 40 minutos, de Cero a Trader, bastante bien. Así que ahí lo tienen. Ahí lo tienen. Si gustan, en el Trading Academy tenemos algo para todos ustedes. Y sin más ni más, les traigo a Farhan, les traigo a Alex. Vamos a darle a las tablas. Vamos a ver exactamente qué es lo que tenemos por acá. A ver, uy, Yusk, excelente, excelente. Lo primero que vamos a analizar va a ser XRP. Mr. Garlic Bread, Mr. Alex.
Garlic bread is in the motherfucking house.
Good morning.
How's my audio, by the way?
It's good.
Good? All right. I'm
Yeah.
using my
earphones? Oh, nice.
Just don't go to the bathroom. I recommend don't go to the bathroom with those. It's happened before. Some serious shit has been heard on headphones by that mistake. I made it. Just don't want you to do it. Just don't want you to do it.
You're going to hear the turtles being dropped at the pond.
Sounds like a fucking army in somewhere.
Coming at you from the good old heart of the CDMX.
Let's get to this, boys. XRP is the first request, believe it or not. And then afterwards, ETH. People are pumped on altcoins right now because Trump brought it.
And today, our God Emperor shall be inaugurated as president.
That's right. Hey, freedom is over, everyone. Now we're in a dictatorship.
No more freedom.
Everybody knows this. It's a dictatorship, the best one of all times. It's going to be a great
I know a lot of dictatorships. This one's my favorite.
This is going to be the best one. We just imagine at this point, we should have voted for Kamala, guys.
Yeah.
We could have had a great angry mom that's drunk all day on TV. All day.
With a nervous, awkward laugh.
Fuck me.
Oops, I accidentally stopped sharing my screen.
Throw your chart again.
My bad. I pressed the wrong button. I'm retarded.
The new narrative for Donald Trump is it's our government turning into an oligarchy, which I think is funny.
Like it wasn't before.
I think it's just incredible that they're able to do that, and there are people that legitimately are like, yeah, it's now an oligarchy. Like, 100%. What the fuck is? By the way, I've given up on people. I've finally given up on people because we had the Trump trade, we had the Trump coin, and now people in crypto who are fucking degenerates betting on internet money that doesn't exist are finding themselves. What? Little Trump created a meme coin? What the fuck is this?
The morals. I cannot believe he would do this. Like,
yeah,
get the fuck out of here.
And again, if you're completely against crypto, cool. That's awesome. But if you're in crypto and you're against Donald Trump putting out his fucking meme, you need to go to the doctor. You need to go to the doctor, change your diaper and also your Kotex. Because something's going on in there. There might be an infection.
Yeah, the yeast infection, probably.
An east and west infection. Dude, it's a yeast infection, not an east.
That's what I said.
I know. So, by the way, I answer my own, I go back and forth by my own self. So you said, yeah, it's a yeast infection. And I then said, it's an east and west infection. And then I replied to my own self saying, don't be a dumbass. There's no east or west infection. It's a yeast infection. So I'm sorry. That's what happens when you're a boomer.
You got to fix that infection in your coochie.
That's right.
I got 1500. You want 1500?
You're learning all the basics in Spanish real fast.
So we'll start with the monthly on XRP. Let's switch it down to the weekly, actually. Fuck it, we'll go to the daily. Because this fits my bias. So, you switch the time frame until it fits your bias.
Exactly.
So like we were talking about on the previous couple of streams, we're looking for XRP to get a little swipe of its previous all-time highs, which it did. It went all the way up to around like $3.40, I believe. Yeah, $3.40. And then after the sweep of the all-time highs, we were looking for a pullback to somewhere around $2.90 to $2.80. And on the little dump ski that we had yesterday, we pulled back exactly to $2.80. We found a bottom right at this 9 EMA, and we're getting a pretty strong bounce right from $2.80. We're currently back over $3.30, back over our previous all-time highs. Right now, we are currently up about almost 20% in a couple of hours, not even 24 hours, and shit's up 20%. Pretty insane. Now we're brushing up right up against this 88.3%. What I want to see is a daily close over this 5 EMA. I want to see a deviation of this 5 EMA around $3.14 or 3.143. If we get a close over that, very likely we're also going to close over this 88.3%, which is $3.36. From there, we'd likely go to the 95%, which is right at that $4 number psychological level that we've been looking for the last couple of weeks. Once it hits that $4 number, I'm pretty sure we're going to get another pullback from there. Not sure how strong or severe that pullback is going to be, because at that point we're probably going to be in up-only mode like we were in at this area right here in around November, where we just went straight up from around 50 cents to almost $3. But likely we get a pullback. If it is a deeper pullback, I would look for it to come around somewhere around these previous wick highs, around like $3.40, which is our current all-time high. And then from there, I would expect a pretty strong bounce towards somewhere around like mid-4s, possibly up to $5. I'm not going to say $5 yet. I just want to see the reaction around that bounce around $3.40 and see how strong the buying pressure is. If we can go down to $3.40 and close the day over $4, then very likely we go towards $5. When we go to the monthly is now putting in an insane candle. Where we have before we had this expansion, the 5 EMA was a lot lower. But because the expansion of this monthly candle was so powerful, it drew the 5 EMA all the way up to reconnect with price action on this monthly candle. So right now we have a perfect reconnect with the 5 EMA. We're over the 88.3%. And we have about 11 days left to go. Momentum is so strongly within the bullish control zone. Volatility still pulled up. The jewel is giving us a pretty awesome looking signal. The yellow is just now starting to populate, and we're about to enter into the bullish control zone on the jewel. So if we close over this 88.3%, these ranges are going to change a little bit right now, because it's very unlikely that we go to the 95%. Pretty fucking unlikely, because it's sitting at $14. But what's more likely is if we get a couple more closes, like right now we're at 1, 2, 3. So this would be the third close technically that we're looking for. If we get that close over this 88.3%, within the next 3 months, we're likely to hit this 161.8%, which is around $6.38. Pretty mind-blowing to see that number. Somebody would have told me $6.38 on XRP last year. I've been like, no mames.
well done, sir. Well done.
Learning all the Spanish.
And the important part, which is like a good way, a great place to start.
Yes, the curse words first.
That's all we need, basically. That we use 80% of those to talk. So you're doing fine. You're doing great.
On the quarterly, momentum is now pretty strongly within the bullish control zone. Volatility is pointed up to support it. The last time we had this type of setup on the quarterly on XRP, with momentum and volatility pointed strongly up, momentum within the bullish control zone, was back in 2017. We got that right over here, and around like January of 2017, price was 1/3 of a cent, and then it went from there to $3.30. So that is like what, a 100x, I believe, something like that. So I'm not saying we're gonna get a 100x from here, but does it seem that crazy to see that we got a 100x last time we had this setup, and to now get a 2x? Doesn't seem that crazy. Not even a 2x. It's less than a 2x, because 2x would be $6.60. So we're only looking for $6.38. Pretty calm number. Pretty not so far out there.
So wait, what you're saying is that it's going to 21?
21.
You're not saying that it's going to $21?
Well, listen. Let's not get ahead of ourselves right now.
I'm just checking. I'm just making sure.
I'm not gonna have you clip that on me.
Bro doesn't want to get clips.
I'm trying.
Hey,
I'm trying to get some content for you guys.
Fuck all the viewers clipping me. Alejandro's gonna clip me.
It's always someone from within.
The only way where I would even start to consider that 21 to be a realistic possibility is if we start to get 3 quarterly candles over this 161.8% closes, which would be 9 months over $6.38. Pretty unlikely that happens, because at that point we're probably going to be in a bear market. So I don't think that's going to happen. But if it does happen, hey, wonderful. XRP $21, bigger than probably most countries' most countries' GDPs. Maybe even, I'm not going to say it's going to be as big as the US GDP, because that's $30 trillion, but it's going to be pretty close. It's going to be somewhere around the couple of $1 trillion level. I'm just right now XRP is somewhere around like fully diluted value around 450, I believe, 450 billion, something like that. So a 7x from here would take XRP to around
3.5 trillion.
Yeah, just 3.5 trillion. Not that bad, not that high.
Just the size of Nvidia.
You just a small Nvidia worth of worthless XRP tokens. But hey, Nvidia is not the future of France. So have you thought about that? If Nvidia is not the future of France and it can go to 3.5 trillion, why can't the future of France go to 3.5 trillion? It's going to be the world's next reserve currency.
Exactly.
6 month is now making its way up, just getting over that 6-month median. Our previous rejection of our previous all-time highs at $2.40, or our previous high of cycle high of $2.90, was a perfect rejection of the median. Right now, not only are we over the median, but we're healthily over the median. Median sits at $2.68. If only it could be 1 cent higher, but we can't always get what we like. So now, if we do get a close over this median, we have a mathematical probability of going to the top 38.2%. This number is going to change. It's not very relevant right now. The number right now, the top 38.2%, is $15.94. While momentum is now starting to point back up on the 6-month, volatility is now starting to shift up. Last time we had that setup was also back in January of 2017 or 2018. right before we had that 100x. So I'm very, very, very interested to see where this next 38.2% goes on this next bi-yearly open. It's going to take 5 months before that even happens. Maybe we're in a bear market by that point. Who knows? So if we are in a bear market by that point, I would expect this median to come down. I mean, this 38.2% to come down significantly towards probably maybe somewhere around the $6 area. And at that point, we would have already hit it. It's gonna be hindsight trading at that point, because we're gonna already have hit it, seen a rejection, and seen like a very short pullback, probably a very powerful bearish engulfing too. And it's not gonna be much use to you because it's already gonna have been played out, unless you have like hindsight is 2020 trading, you can see the future. So it's not really that useful until we actually see where the 38.2% goes on the next bi-yearly open. 2 week is getting to pretty extreme areas. We're now getting over the 95%. 95% is at $3.29, with momentum still pointed up, but we're getting to very extreme levels on momentum and volatility, sitting at 95.9% on both of them. The jewel is now getting just about to get into the critical zone. The pink is rejecting getting under the yellow right now, and it's getting some expansion on all of them. And the jewel is just starting to give the first signs of a God mode sell signal. As of right now, this God mode sell signal is not playable because the jewel is still pointed sharply to the upside, still pointed light blue buy. Once it starts shifting to white and then dark blue, that's when this is going to be cause for concern, because then you probably get a pretty severe pullback. You get a 2-week God mode sell signal. Last time we had a 2-week God mode sell signal, it was in this area right here, right around February of 2018, whenever we had our all-time highs put in, and then we went straight from there towards, like, I believe 29 cents. Let's draw a little vertical line for when we shifted right here into the God mode sell. Price was sitting at about, what is this?
Basically all-time high.
Yeah, about a little bit below. It's around $1.20. We went from $1.20 down 90% to 11 cents.
Oh, damn.
Just a small 90% drawdown. A correction of 90%.
Please use the right term, sir.
Yeah, my bad. I forgot. Like, this is crypto. It's not a crash. It's a correction.
Tiny ass fucking little correction.
Just a little correction. Anyone with more than 1.5x leverage would have been liquidated, but it's just a tiny little correction.
Just a small, chill correction.
And another point that tells you that we're getting to very extreme areas is that we're at the 95% on the HPTR. You only have a 5% chance of continuation from here. So sure, we can continue to go up like a little bit from here, which is what I'm expecting, somewhere around $4. But I would not expect a 2-week close over this level. Very unlikely you get that. So what I'm expecting is once we tap that $4 area, it's going to be especially if we're still over the 95% and this hasn't closed yet, I would expect that to be a very opportune short area, where you could easily open up a short and then put your stop loss at the all-time highs, wherever the wick high is, and likely the odds are in your favor that you get that pullback to $3.40. If you don't, then you're probably going to keep going up, and it's probably going to skyrocket and go vertical, just like it did in 2017, where I don't think that's going to happen right now. I could be wrong, could easily be wrong, but I'm on the side of that we'll tap $4 and then we'll get a rejection and close below the 95%. If we do close above the 95%, though, that's when we enter into banana zone. These ranges are going to step down, but right now the top 97.5% range is at $10.93. Don't think it's going there. I think this 97.5% is going to step down to $6.38 and then probably tap that area. But what's also very funny is that this 97.5% at about $11 is the same target I've been seeing on XRP community members giving out for the past 2 years. They're saying XRP is going to go to $11. Now we're actually seeing something that backs that number, which is pretty fucking insane. That they were just throwing that number out of the ether, and now we actually see some numbers that back it up. I have not seen anyone with the type of conviction that XRP community members have. I applaud their conviction. I wish I had conviction like that.
Oh, me too.
On the weekly, we've already started contracting on our momentum and volatility. Oh, fuck. I hate when I do that. And the jewel is now starting to curve back around. It gave us a tiny little bit of a God mode sell signal, switched dark blue, then curved back around right around this pink fast moving average, and now it's shifting back to white. What's likely is on this next open, this shifts to a light blue, and re-enter and actually enters into the critical zone. And once that happens, once again, banana zone on XRP, and we're probably going to go pretty vertical on price action. Let's see if I can find the last time we were in the critical zone on the weekly. It's going to be in 2017, most likely. Nope, not even in 2017 did we hit the critical zone. We hit it in around 2014, where we just momentarily popped into the critical zone and then popped back out. And this time around, we have a rejection of the critical zone, which we didn't there. So likely that this time around, we stay in the critical zone for a decent amount of time before we come back down. Let's do a vertical line and see what happened when we went into the critical zone. That was the absolute literal top. That's fucking insane. That was the top of the cycle. We went to about 2 cents, 2.8 cents. Pretty crazy to see XRP. Pretty insane to see the top of the cycle at 2.8 cents, and now we're at $3.34. Imagine buying like a couple $1,000s of XRP at 2.2.
Yeah, I mean, how much money would you have? Like 144,000% more. No, it's like 455%. No,
I can't do the math.
I think let me see. I'll measure it for you.
Muchas gracias, señor. Now we're getting a little retest of this 38.2% in a strong spring off of it, and we're over the 50%. We're approaching the 61.8% with momentum, which is pretty crazy to see hitting new all-time highs with the momentum and volatility pointed down. If we close over the 50%, what's likely is this momentum is going to start shifting back up. It's already trying to. We're right at the edge of the bullish control zone. We're going to be maintaining the bullish control zone, where volatility has reset from about 95%. Now it's sitting at 54%. Get another move up on volatility from here and momentum. What's likely is that we're probably going to go straight to somewhere around mid fours, which is the 78.6%, around $4.61. Congratulations to Mr. Garlic House. On the 5-day, we are getting a bounce right off of our 61.8%, and this the bottom of this wick is just about exactly at this 5 EMA, basically a cent off of this 5 EMA. Kind of front ran it by 1 cent. Kind of like how Bitcoin front ran my entry by $70 yesterday. Fucking piece of shit whenever they do that.
It's been happening a lot lately, no?
Yeah.
I love Verga Bitcoin.
Definitely learning the best of Spanish. The best that Spanish has to offer.
I love it when I say those words, and then my girlfriend's family all start fucking dying laughing.
Of course, to us, there's nothing funnier than getting anyone that doesn't speak Spanish to say terrible things. I don't know. It's same thing with in Arabic people do the same shit. Sharmuto.
On the 5-day, momentum is starting to shift back up, which is exactly what we're looking for on the weekly. It came all the way back down to a reset point at 0%. Now it's flipping back up, re-entering into the bullish control zone. We're sitting at 74% on momentum and volatility, with the jewel also starting to curve back around, giving us a pretty strong curvature back to the upside. Next time around, we're likely going to go into the critical zone, stay there for a decent amount of time, and that's when we get our pretty insane moves on XRP. If you think the move we've seen right now is insane, wait until it gets into the critical zone. It should be pretty comparable to this, if not even better. And I hate saying stuff like that because we're already up so much. 2-day is now. I'm sorry. We can say something.
Oh no, I was gonna cough, so I muted myself. Sorry.
2-day is now still pointed up on momentum. Volatility still pointed up, and the jewel's giving us a fucking epic signal so far. We just want to see this pink cross over the yellow, and this is going to be one of the most powerful jewel buy signals that you could ever get. Once this pink crosses over the yellow, I don't think $6 is that crazy, to be honest. Because whenever you get one of these moves, these setups, you usually get like the most powerful setups that you can in that direction. I'll see if I can find one to the downside. You'll see how much of a move down that was. This is a little bit of an example, but not exactly. This is like one of our mini Nagasaki or Hamas setups, but not really that much. But let's see if I can find a proper one. Nope. Maybe in 2017. This is another comparable one, but not exactly what I'm looking for. There we go. This is pretty good. And this is 2017. Fuck. All right. So whenever we got the opposite signal that we're getting right now, it was to the downside, and this fired off at about $2.80, which is pretty cool to see that $2.80 is our current bottom. So we went from there. How much percent down? 90.72%. Not too bad. On the next iteration, which was not as powerful, %57%.
So wait, this turned out to be a negative thing?
Yeah, right now we're getting the one to the upside, but I'm showing you examples of what happened when it went to the downside.
Oh, to the downside.
Because we don't really have many examples of when this happened to the upside. We have a lot more to the downside. That's why XRP became a meme.
He just had all the setups to the downside.
Now we're just magically getting one to the upside.
Insane.
So I'm trying to show you the severity of what these moves can cause. This is a little bit lower. Yep. Another 46, 47%. So right now we're getting that similar move, but to the upside, and it's more powerful than the last two ones I showed you, which were around 50% to the downside. The only one that compares is the one that was 90% to the downside. And we're getting that right now to the upside. We just need to get this pink to cross over the yellow. And then we're going to have it's literally the type of setup that the jewel was made for. Whenever you have all of them bunched together, the pink, the yellow, and the light blue, and the light blue crosses over everything else, while the pink crosses over the yellow. This is literally what the jewel was made for, whether it's the upside or the downside. So whenever we're getting a setup to the upside, where to the downside, it gave us a 90% move down. Does like an 80-85% move up seem that crazy then? Probably not. And imagine once that plays out and we see XRP at $6, damn, the community members are going to be shitting on us every single day, talking about like.
I think the community members are going to be busy fucking every Cardano holder's wife in front of them. So that might be good for us because they might be distracted.
Oh yeah, they're going to be a little bit too distracted. They're going to be booking the Waldorf Astoria and getting the Cardano holders the premium chairs, the
mega premium chairs. I think that's going to be the right move, and it's going to be perfect for us. Yeah.
You're gonna see a bunch of Lamborghini Huevos Revueltos with XRP logos on them.
I want to see these crypto people come buy my car. I want to get something else. Come buy it, guys. Come on, you're rich. You bought.
What do you want to get?
I don't know yet.
Top of this candle right now is at $3.35. I want to see a 2-day candle over this, and once we get a close over that level, we probably go to $4. Very likely we go to $4. Would you ever consider buying one of those show and display cars? I mean, do you really need more than 2,500 miles a year?
No, but also insurance and all that stuff is a nightmare. And with my luck,
Oh, yes. Contacting Galpin to sue you in case you wrap that McLaren Senna.
Of course. Well, they were going to sue Galpin because they were saying that they were lying. Like McLaren was like, their point was, this dude smoked weed in the car. Therefore, the car burned down. Therefore, he also tried to wrap it. Therefore, they're hiding that he's trying to wrap. Like, they were basically from the start like, this is your fault. And that's what they tried to do. And it just didn't work out at all for them. Backfired tremendously. Had the CEO of North America, McLaren, show up and fucking apologize. And his apology was, I'll let you buy another Senna now that they're way under sticker for sticker. I was like, wow. Is there any way I can cut you a check for and then also let you fuck my wife in front of me? I mean, I feel like this is not enough.
I'm gonna give you the most gracious offer ever. You can give me another $850,000.
Yeah, yeah, that's basically what they offered me after everything that they did. Excellent.
I would love to be a fly on the wall the day that Jared Collector's Senna burnt down on video.
Oh yeah, I talked to him about it.
He probably got a proper apology too.
Dude, instant, and they were so nice, so nice. I was like, damn.
You know why? It's because he's white.
I told him that. I was like, it must be fucking awesome being white and from his nationality. I don't know if people know what he is. Yeah, because he speaks German, right? So in German. So yeah,
on the daily, we're now starting to flip back up on momentum after just momentarily trying to get out of the bullish control zone. Didn't quite do it, and now we're flipping back up. Volatility is flipping back up. This is a perfect setup for another vertical move to the upside. We just want to see it close over the 88.3% at $3.36. And then this bitch probably hits $4, probably a little bit over $4 next, because 95% is sitting at $4.12. It would be the most crypto thing ever to see this go a little bit over the 95%, somewhere around $4.20, and mark our next local top at 420. 420.69, please.
If he does that, simulation confirmed, and I'm gonna do some bad stuff because there's no consequences.
I mean, Bitcoin in the 2021 cycles on a whole bunch of exchanges, especially the derivative exchanges, topped out at 69,420.
That's why that was the first warning. If there's another one like that, that's it. I'm doing terrible things because there's no consequences. This is simulation.
Next top confirmed $169,420. Isn't 169,000 the target of that 3-month divergence?
It is. Yes, it is.
4 hour is now getting over this 88.3%. We just want to see it close over this candle's high at $3.34 to make sure that this is not a possible hanging man, because if it doesn't, then it's going to be a lower high, and we're probably going to end up getting another correction, and the 9 EMA is probably not going to stand this time around. Probably going to come back down somewhere around the 21, which is around $3.16, maybe the 38.2%, around like low $3. But as of right now, we're still looking good. We want to see a confirmed close over that. Then we likely go somewhere around $3.50 first, and then probably after that $4. Let's bring up the RSI. I find it really funny that somebody texted me earlier in the morning saying the free membership doesn't come with trading alerts. Like, no, why would it? All right, which one do I want to do? All right, let's do the 3 month. So right on the 3 month, just like Bitcoin, we still have the 3 drives of hidden bullish divergence active. It's going to be active right now as long as we're closing above. Oh, this is Bitcoin. Fuck, I'm retarded.
You're like, the bullish divergences are identical to the Bitcoin ones.
I was like, oh shit, this is Bitcoin. All right, so right now on XRP, we do have, because the RSI went lower than all of these points here, the price made pretty significant higher lows. We have hidden bullish divergence on XRP on the 6 month. But have we hit the critical zone? Yes, we have hit the critical zone already. We just slightly tapped it, so not much more you can get out of that. But this 6 month chart looks absolutely fucking insane. We on our 2017 cycle, made a major correction, crash correction, rejection, shooting star, whatever the fuck you want to call it. Didn't do much, made a lower high on the next cycle, and now we're just going absolutely vertical. These 2 6 month candles are fucking insane. Let's just do a little bit of a measurement on how much these 2 candles are. 788.9% in less than 2 years. I mean, less than 1 year.
That is ridiculous. I was talking to Danny yesterday from O'Gara, and Danny was telling me, he's like, yeah, I bought a XRP like 4 years ago or whenever it was, like at $1, and never checked. I was like, oh, you've made money now. Congratulations. You should check it out right now.
It's kind of weird to me whenever people buy crypto and they just don't check it.
I mean, it happened to me. I forgot that I had a drive full of crypto.
I guess I'm just too much of a degenerate gambler. I'm checking not
Every day.
necessarily the wallet, but I'm checking the prices like every couple of minutes.
Yep. Same here now.
Let's see, anything on here? Nope. Nope. The 2 week right now in XRP has 3 drives of regular bullish divergence confirmed. Pretty sure it's safe to say it played out though, because after those divergences confirmed, we got a move up of 576%. So not too bad. And this was in the span of 4th of November. So about 2 months. 2 months for 6x move up. Pretty insane. And on the 2 week, we have a little Hamas setup, which is nearing its end, because now we're starting to contract in volatility. We haven't gotten the closure yet of the candle, but as of this moment, we're below the moving average. So it looks like the Hamas setup is about to end. But I would say it's pretty safe to say that this is a quite nice Hamas setup, since we got a 6x move to the upside.
That was incredible. And by the way, what a coincidence that it ends at the same time that the Hamas setup on the other side of the world too. Like they both setups ended at the same time. Crazy.
No more war. That's bearish, bro.
It's super. By the way, it's super bearish for real.
And now on the weekly, we're also getting volatility contraction drop severely below the moving average after several weeks of 100%, which is just crazy to think that we're hitting new all-time highs while volatility is contracting. Imagine how you would feel if you're working 90 hours a week, abusing all types of stimulants to deliver your clients 9% returns on their money, while some retarded degenerate is buying XRP with his mom's credit card and getting 600% in 2 months while doing Fortnite dances.
Yeah, and a little goodbye TikTok video, and then a welcome back TikTok video 2 hours later. American society.
You think TikTok is here to stay?
Oh yeah, that's this is all part of it. I mean, I hope everybody knows this is just a show.
Yeah.
I mean, come on. What are you gonna fucking? Hey, let me look at the border, completely open. That's fine. Let me look at crime, completely up. That's fine. Let me look at war, completely up and going crazy. That's fine. But that TikTok, we gotta stop it. Nah, they started this. All they wanted to do was control the algorithm, although they can control traffic sources, because all of their U.S. Infrastructure is on Oracle's web services, basically. And because Oracle has control over that, they can, deboost or boost anyone they want already, but they just wanted to do it organically within. Kind of like what you see with Facebook, Meta, and all that stuff.
Mhm.
Like we control what you can see and what you can't see. Like most of the things that are conspiracy that everyone can see are complete bullshit. And they want them to see it. And whenever, like the Pfizer video, when the Pfizer video came out with the guy like spilling the beans and they like deleted it from everywhere, they couldn't do it from TikTok, but now they can. So that's all they wanted. And it also serves as, what's it called? As a confirmation and also a bias for everyone watching that we're not messing with China. China is crazy and the biggest enemy, when it's absolutely not.
Yeah, and all of this still, I mean, TikTok was down for like 10 hours. It only really helped Trump, because Trump launches his meme coin. Everyone's talking about TikTok going down. TikTok does go down for like 10 hours. And then they release it goes back up. And when you log on, it basically thanks Trump for getting it back up. So, I mean, it's really just been really big publicity for Trump.
Also, absolutely. I mean, yeah. I mean, it was so obvious that this was going to happen, right?
Gen Z liberals now love Trump.
Yeah.
That's all it takes, by the way. Just give them their toy back.
And TikTok was also the one platform where they couldn't hide the narrative on the whole Middle East situation.
That's basically what got him to do it so aggressively. But now they got it so controlled to the point where everyone that used to talk about it has been banned. Actual bans.
Another thing that's quite like contradictory is, okay, so China can't have our data, but they can buy 350,000 acres of farmland in the United States.
No, dude, the easiest way of looking at the biggest scam between China and the United States is the easiest one. Because we hate each other, right? That's the narrative. We absolutely are looking for an excuse to go to war. Do you agree?
Yeah.
But yet, COVID happens in China, comes out of there from an American lab. And neither China, neither does the US goes, hey, what the fuck are you doing? Not a single beep. They just let it go. They were like, well, accidents happen between the two nations within the nation. That is the stupidest fucking thing in the world. Once I saw that, I realized that that was a big distraction.
Yeah,
That's when I understood.
Pretty unlikely that there's going to be a war between the U.S. and China. Pretty unlikely. Too much money involved.
We brought Xi Jinping to California with Gavin Newsom to meet with Elon, Mark Zuckerberg, Jeff Bezos, and everyone. This is the biggest bullshit story ever. And they also paint us as you don't want to look at, like, China has banned all of our apps and we have banned all of their apps so that you don't see how they operate and how they function. Because literally people in the US still don't understand how advanced their fucking cities are. Like, we should have the same. We have more money than them, right? We're the #1 economy. So that's kind of like also.
I don't know how to pronounce it. There's this one Chinese city called like Qingquang, some shit like that. And the buildings at night look absolutely ridiculous with all the lights and the video that Alex sent me.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many of them. I found out, I didn't even know because I thought China was a piece of shit. And when the pandemic started, my friend that's invested in Rivian messaged me and told me two things, which I'll never forget. The market is already too cheap. And I was like, nah, it's going to go lower. Huge miss. He was dead on. And the second one was, we're fucked. Look at this. And he sent me a video of like the 10 best cities in China. I was like, how is that real? That's when is when I knew.
Counterpoint is that the majority of the Chinese population don't really live in those cities. They live in villages.
Yeah, but you have 700 million people living in those cities.
Yeah, I
700 million is twice the US.
When TikTok went down, everyone started to shift. I think it's called Red Note.
But that's, by the way, that's propaganda too. What you're about to say. Go ahead.
I see. Yeah, and I mean, like, and it seemed too good to be true. I was seeing all these TikTok users talk about how, like, the Chinese are kind of dogging on Americans now because there's like now a gateway for us to talk to them and vice versa. And they're all like, wait, you guys don't have this. You don't have like healthcare, free healthcare, transportation that's easy. But I have no idea. I mean,
I'm not gonna lie though. I'm not the biggest fan of free healthcare, as you can see with UK and Canada.
Well, no, because it's wrongly implemented, by the way, because they're part of our Western culture. So you can't apply free healthcare the way that it works on our side to like how that's the only way that it should work, because it's not. Dude, we have money for all the crazy shit that we do, but we don't have money for the people, like in the basic, like it's so stupid. This is what we do. So we're pretending all these things are happening with China so that, one, you don't realize that they're, because everyone considers the US the #1 economic power in the world. How is our infrastructure way worse than China's? How? When we're the listen to that, #1 power in the world. And then right now what's happening, and they're boosting, this is something that you boys need to understand. This is a reality. I don't want to get in trouble, so I don't want to say too much, but this is a reality. Everything on the internet, there are a few companies around the world, very few, and they do all the political campaigns and they do all of the stuff like at the highest level possible, but they also have like lower end tier services that they sell to regular companies, okay? These guys have control over the servers, all of the servers around the world in partnerships. So what they do is they see a piece of news, or they want to put a piece of news that they want to blow up. They have a strategist, like they have a marketing strategist that does like 4 videos that are different, that are going to go like that. They put them out. And just like the TikTok algorithm works, that they open the valve a little bit to 20,000 people to see and see if you get a reaction. The best 3 videos of those get pushed to the next, and they open more the valves for those videos to go. And they open more and more, and they make them viral themselves. Whenever they want something to not be seen, they deboost it, they hide it, and they close the valve so that that doesn't get the views. This is real as fuck, and this is how it works. This is why anything that you're seeing a lot that feels like the government doesn't want you to see, they want you to see. And whenever you cannot find something, when it's hard to find information, that's when you know it's real, because they don't want you to find it. All the information is online, but they know how to hide it, and they know how to boost other stuff. So they were just doing it to Biden last week. They were deboosting all of the good articles that came out from Biden. Did you guys read any good articles that came out from Biden? I just had a conversation with someone that does this. So there you go. You didn't see anything, because they tried. They put them out. Didn't work. They deboosted that. So if you're seeing anything online, like the trend right now that I can't believe Chinese people are better, like they're pushing that. They're opening the water, and they're opening the floodgates, and the water's coming in. So they want all Americans to go, we should be like China, because that's what we're doing.
Yeah.
Pretty smart.
It's pretty brilliant, by the way. It's absolutely brilliant. We all think that these people in Congress are retards and whatnot. They are, but they're just like the actors. The people behind, and by the way, the people behind that do this shit are cool as fuck. Like really cool. Like you meet those guys, you're like, I want to hang out with you. Let's go fucking grab a beer. Like cool as fuck. But they're
let's get a michelada.
Yeah. Sorry for my tangent, but I just wanted that to be in front of everyone, because I think it's very important to know.
Yeah, for sure.
So on the 2-day, we had a drive of hidden bullish divergence off of this previous higher low, which took us to our current all-time highs. But on the opposite hand, we are getting a little bit of a hanging man candle. We want to see a confirmation over our current all-time highs to get continuation. But you see, we made all-time highs on price. RSI made significantly lower highs. So there is possible bearish divergence on the 2-day. To confirm that bearish divergence, you need to close below $3.05. To close below $3.05, you would get some bearish divergence confirmed, and then you probably would target somewhere around the simple moving average, which is right now at $3.28. And then below there, you would have, oh no, my bad, that's low, $2.49. That's simple moving average. And then the next one is going to be the bullish control zone, which is actually a little bit higher at $2.76. $2.76 probably doesn't hold, because right now our current low is at $2.80, only 4 cents below that. Unlikely we get a sweep of only 4 cents. What's more likely on it, especially a 2-day bearish divergence, is probably go towards $2.49. But as of right now, it's just an idea. It's just a possible bearish divergence, because there's no local top. Once there's a local top, divergence is confirmed, probably going to get a pretty nasty move to the downside. How many people have messaged you asking if you bought Melania? I hate that shit. Did you buy this? Did you buy this?
Yeah, everyone. But everyone's asking me, did you get into Trump? Did you get into Trump? No, dude. I'm not playing meme coins. I'm sorry. As much as I would love to, and like I did, right? Like with the Joe Biden one, I put amounts of money that are so stupidly low that it doesn't, even if he does a 10x, it doesn't matter. Like I made I'm proud of this one because I thought it was fucked. I made a 2x on my NFT thing that I bought. I got a free airdrop. From the free airdrop, I converted it into something else. From something else, I put it here. And now I made my money. I woke up and I got paid. Still nothing. Like, what am I, like, no disrespect to anyone, but what am I going to do with $1,000?
You can just barely buy a PlayStation and some games with $1,000.
Where I live, that's an Uber Eats delivery.
$1,000 don't buy you much these days.
So I don't fuck with meme coins hard.
Like the most extent idea with Trump, because I had a pretty good idea on based off fibs that it was going to go somewhere around $39 to $40. I put in $200 at $40 and then sold it at 56. I made like $80.
Yeah, I mean, it's cool. You played it, you have it, you get the little warm, fed inside of you, and then call it a day. But you're not gonna fucking put real money into that.
Nah, fuck that. I'm not gambling on that shit. I'm gambling on Bitcoin.
That's right.
People don't understand. Like, I'm not gonna touch something I don't have an edge on.
Yeah, and also there's no edge. It's a meme coin. Like, eventually, over time, it'll disappear. There's no need for it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
There's literally no need.
And Trump is probably going to slowly dollar cost his way out of it.
Wouldn't you? I mean, I would.
Yeah, 100 billion%.
Yeah, it's just beer money trades. That's what people don't understand. They just see green and it up, thousands of percentage, and then they just kind of think they need to put real money in. Just beer money trades. That's it, especially with this volatility.
There was
100%.
a guy on Twitter who shorted Trump coin at like $29-30, and then he posted his P&L where he was still holding it
I
at
saw
60
that.
something dollars,
It was like
down
down.
2.9 million.
I saw that. That was crazy.
Ooh.
But his liquidation is somewhere around $8,000, so he's probably safe.
All right, so he's got a deep wallet. Good.
He could hold that shit all the way into the $100 areas, and then eventually, once it comes crashing down, he'll make money.
Yeah. I mean, that's normally how you put the market on your side. I bet on things that I know will eventually go up when I find them cheaper. And I don't put all my money. I go in tens because I'm going to be wrong. More. And it's like long fundamental stuff like Tesla, like Rivian, right? Like simple things. And it works, dude. It's really simple. You just got to wait.
Yeah.
You just got to wait.
Jeez. Imagine looking at that P&L, though. You're down a McLaren Speedtail.
No, I personally would die, but good for that guy.
That's the only downside on that strategy. I've done that strategy where you just like half in, half out. So your liquidation it's not even a thing.
No, yeah.
But yeah, that is the downside. You just have to like look at your P&L and be okay being down 130% and just swallow it.
Yeah, and just go about your day like it's just another day. I mean,
but I do like it that way. It is easier in my opinion.
Me too. Yeah. It eliminates the pressure.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, because you're like, I'm not going to get liquidated.
Yeah.
Well, you got to see that red P&L. On the daily, we also have possible bearish divergence because we have higher highs, higher lows on the RSI. To confirm the divergence, you'd have to close below $2.80, which is our current low right now. It doesn't make sense. If you lose $2.80, probably get a significant dump, and you're probably going at a minimum towards the bullish control zone, which is right now at $2.88. You're likely going lower than there because you would have closed below 280. So probably you're going to go below the number that's higher than 280. And your next level is going to be the middle zone of the RSI, which lines right up with our previous number at $2.42. 4 hours now, once again, starting to get volatility expansion. We confirmed to drive a regular bullish divergence off of this low. The jewel is now starting to curve back around, projecting getting into the bearish control zone, right up, about to re-enter into the bullish control. And based off of this divergence, our two targets would be the bullish control zone and the critical zone. And since we're getting volatility expansion from around like 30%, it is pretty likely that we hit the critical zone. Right now, the bullish control zone sits at about $3.41, which is our current all-time highs. And then the critical zone is at $4.56. This number is going to change. I'd love to see it around 420. That'd be very beautiful.
We all would, sir.
Hey, it's already on XRP. Nice. Would you expect anything less from garlic bread?
Nope. And by the way, if you measure that like from top to bottom and you do the what's it called? Like the super stupid way of measuring these type of moves, which is basically a cup and handle, right? You would measure from basically where the price is right now to the lowest point. And then you put that where the price is to the top. So the measurement would be insane. So hang on. I'll do it right now. Price is right here. Measurements right here to the top part to here. 1 second.
You gonna share your screen?
I will. Let me. This is the one that we had on, at least that I made on Bitcoin when it was happening, on Palantir, that when it was happening, it kind of really went for it. That puts it at $6.4.
Right around $6.38.
That's fucking madness. I mean, this is the most basic way to do TA in the fucking universe. And I'm not a big fan of these, but there you go. There you have it, sir.
Has garlic bread not been saying $6.38 since it was at 55 cents?
I don't know. I don't follow Mr. Garlic Bread.
I'm referring to myself.
That's fine.
Then yes, sir. Then yes, sir, he has.
Absolutely.
Fucking degenerate.
Pat on the back, garlic bread. Because I'm not quite at garlic house level yet.
So not yet.
Garlic bread. On the 3 month, we're getting, let's go to the 6 month. 6 month momentum is still pointed very strongly to the upside, getting out of the critical zone. shifting back up into the bearish control zone. And from here, we likely go towards the bullish control zone, but we're pointed up, lowest level of volatility expansion ever, up as long as we're above 44 cents. Price is at $3.32. I feel like that's safe. I don't know. I'm going to go out on the limb and say that's safe. Quarterly momentum is pointed up, very close to entering into the bullish control zone. Volatility expansion from the lowest levels it's ever been in XRP history, and we're up above $1. Monthly also expanding from about 9% on our volatility, getting a little high, but not quite topped out because this likes to go to several periods of 100%, and about to enter into the critical zone, and we're pointed up above $1.46. 2 week is now contracting on our volatility while we're still hitting new all-time highs, and we're entering into the critical zone, and we're pointed up above $3.10. Weekly contracting after many periods of 100%, we're starting to flip back up at the edge of the critical zone, and we're pointed up as long as we're above 265. 5-day also now flipping back up, re-entering into the critical zone while we're contracting on our volatility, but we haven't gotten our double extreme yet on the volatility. What I would expect is to get that double extreme, get that move into the fours, then get the real volatility contraction, especially because momentum is so pointed up as long as we're above $2.63, and now we're about to re-enter into the critical zone. Once that happens, that's likely when we get our second volatility expansion into the fours. Then the momentum pivot is probably gonna go up significantly, and that's where it probably turns down. 2-day is now once again expanding on our volatility, about to give us our second extreme. We're sitting at 92.8%, not quite topped out yet, but getting really close. And momentum is about to enter into the critical zone, and we're pointed up as long as we're above $2.71. Daily is also starting to contract a little bit. We're just at the edge of the moving average. We haven't gotten a close yet. We're technically below the moving average by a little bit. If we get a close like this, then we're going to have confirmed the double extreme and volatility contraction on the daily. And we're going to start pointing down if we close in the next 8.5 hours below $3.33. So we're getting right at that edge. 4 hours now, once again expanding on our volatility, just about to get our double extreme. We got one extreme right here, working our way towards the second one, and we're pointed up and about to enter into the critical zone as long as we're above $3.11. So that gives us bias that the daily is probably going to close over 333 and probably stay to the upside. All right, so on basically every single time frame there is on XRP looks pretty fucking bullish. On our 6 month, the pivot is at 44 cents. On the 3 month, the pivot is at $1. On the monthly, the pivot is at $1.46. It's all looking pretty insane. And the only time frame that's looking even slightly bearish right now is the daily, which we're down on the momentum pivot by less than 2 cents. And to counter that point, the 4 hour is now expanding on our volatility with momentum re-entering into the about to enter into the critical zone of momentum pointed up as long as we're above. Let me go back to the pivot. Pointed up as long as we're above $3.11, making it a lot more likely that we're going to close the daily over that momentum pivot, which then we likely get our double extreme situation, likely going somewhere around the $4 areas, maybe even $4.20, who knows? And then from there, we likely get that actual volatility contraction. I'd be looking for somewhere around $3.40, and then from there, that cup and handle target $6.38.
That would be so fucking insane. Oh my God. Thank you, sir. I'm going to skip the translation right now. I'm just going to go to the bathroom, guys. We'll give a fuck.
Yeah,
Alex,
me as
please
well.
help me out.
I gotta drop the turtles off at the pond, so I'm gonna leave the earbuds in the...
No worries. I'll jump into ETH. I'll hold it down.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. So I first want to start on ETH BTC on the 3 month. Remember, we're going to gauge ETH BTC first before we look at ETH USD. It's nice to gauge the Bitcoin pairing of whatever altcoin you're looking at. That way you can really understand if there's strength or weakness against Bitcoin or not. What we see is, losing, especially in that quarterly close that we had, that 366 level, it's definitely not good. ETH BTC under the 366 level generally means that we're just going to chop and go down. And what I like about the 3 month first on this chart is, we get a lot of confluence on the 61.8%, right around where the meme line is that we've basically been gauging for a few months now. I mean, on this whole way down for multiple months. We've just been talking about the 366 level on ETH BTC. Above it gives ETH Tether pairing a bid, and below it just really means that ETH, USD is not going to do too well. And also most altcoins aren't going to do too well. There's only going to be those, few that show relative strength. Now what we see is we're rejecting up to 61.8% after we basically got that quarterly close under that level. And now we can see the next level here is right around that 2-3 level. That to me is the next zone on ETH BTC. And it makes sense to look for that. Anytime we simply either reclaim and then hold above the 366, get a monthly close under that, we always then go back down, at least very minimally back to the 2-4 region. We even see in this example, we reclaimed it, quick deviation, leading back down to that 2-2 level. And then now what we see is we've already gotten the monthly close in December back under the 3.6. Into this month, we were hoping that bulls would rally back up and actually reclaim this, specifically on like a daily, 5-day, and weekly. That way, then the monthly can actually get a bid up. But instead, we actually started to reject, and now this monthly is just leading to more of a corrective stance, while BBWP on the monthly is still expanding, giving bears essentially the upper hand. So I do think it's wise to kind of sit on your hands when you're gauging ETH BTC. It's kind of in no man's land. If we actually gauge the moving averages, I want to see here, you actually see we're getting a monthly silver cross actually occurring. So that tells you now really should be gauging wherever this monthly EMA 9 goes to get kind of, at least in my opinion, a direction on if bulls are going to reclaim this zone or reject it. Because per the silver cross, once that 21 crosses under the 55, you are supposed to first look at that EMA 9 as the rejection point. We can just see here the silver cross to the upside that occurred back in April, March, really exasperated price up, and can see here just how nicely that monthly 9 actually held us, leading to that, I guess that wick high that took us to 0.088. So, for this, when I'm gauging this, I really, into next month, into February, really want to see where this monthly 9 moves to. Ideally, it'll move more down and actually match right around where the 366 level is, just solidifying the importance of that zone. Something to note on this monthly silver cross to the downside is we've actually never had this to the downside. We've only ever had a monthly silver cross to the upside on BTC. And upon the cross here, this actually led us up 87%. The difference between this silver cross and the one we have now is, well, first, this one was to the upside and this is to the downside, but also we actually have a volatility setup, which granted, and during this cross, we really actually never had any volatility set up in this region. We had volatility expand nicely from that, low 22% zone, but there's only been a handful of times where ETH BTC has actually broken monthly BBWP under 15%. The last one occurred in July of 2024, and you can just see we've steadily been expanding ever since that time. And one thing to note about that expansion back in July was, right around the time where, ETH BTC was actually deviating pretty hard that monthly EMA 9. And we rejected it. We came really hard down. And you can just see we've steadily been under it. That's why if we get any kind of rally up, specifically on the monthly candle, you're really going to need to gauge where the monthly EMA 9 goes to. If it starts creeping down and actually reaching the bottom of this channel, in my opinion, it's just going to solidify the resistance that has already occurred since, we've had that rejection in January. So, ETH BTC is really not looking good on the higher time frames. And it's something definitely to just, watch carefully, especially if you're having, a bias that Ethereum is going to go up. What I saw yesterday, I believe it was yesterday, we saw, Donald Trump's team actually buy some ETH. I don't know the number, but I last saw they were buying up to like $14-15 million worth of ETH. And then you started to see ETH catch a really nice bid yesterday, and everyone just, either magically was holding a bag or everyone started to shift really bullish on ETH. And for me, I'm still going to warrant caution here. As long as we're under that 366, we are literally in no man's land. We are still very bearish. ETH BTC just put in another lower low. So you're really going to have to watch that carefully for any kind of big move up on ETH. In my opinion, it will need to come once we actually get preferably a monthly back above the 366 level. You can see here on the 2-week, the 2-week median has actually been solidly rejecting us, and it's been treading the 2-week EMA9 pretty nicely. Now what we see is we are at the bottom of the 38.2%. We're kind of at the last stand here. If we don't get a bounce, I do think we're going to get an aggressive move back down closer to my zone right around 2.3. That's why for me, when viewing this chart, I mean, you can try to long ETH BTC at this point, but especially with what we know on the monthly volatility setup expanding, monthly silver cross, the median here, another rejection off the median on the 2-week. I really wouldn't hold much weight on this zone holding, but technically speaking, before that bigger breakdown were to occur to take us back to the 2.2 level, we would need this zone to actually break down. So this tells me in the next 2 weeks, this is going to be really important for at least ETH BTC bulls to pop us back up and specifically reclaim that 2-week 9. That 2-week 9 reclaim would get us back above the median. And ideally, in doing so, we'd get back above the 3.6 level. So it's all coming right around the same region, which just tells me that this resistance zone right here is going to be pretty massive. Reclaiming that then would be a really good sign. Curious to see on ETH BTC when the last 2-week 38.2% zone was lost to the downside. The last one was actually here. That this occurred back in 2018. Let me just make sure. Yeah, so the last one was right there. We got right to the edge, you got a bounce. Now we're kind of at the edge again. This one though, let me just see, actually let us down right there. Yeah, 19%, 20%. So you're really going to want to be cautious here, especially with the level that ETH BTC is at. Not really getting much telling me that, this is bullish. Actually, nothing's really telling me that this is bullish. Let's just keep taking it down, see if any lower time frame can help with that. On the weekly here, back in the beginning of January, you see here we were still above the weekly median, which was somewhat of some hopium for bulls here. The idea was you're going to get a bounce on that median, and then ideally that next weekly will get us back above the 366. Now instead, what you see is that median has moved up pretty nicely. The EMA9 again is just moving down with the price, and we can even see the weekly is just like where the 2-week is hanging onto the edge. The weekly is actually losing the blue zone and expanding down. We didn't really get a weekly volatility setup here, considering we never broke under 15%, but volatility is still expanding where we're currently at while we are above the moving average. Again, just giving bulls the ultimate, bears the ultimate momentum here to take us more down. So again, as long as we are just under specifically that 3.6, I really don't see a point to get bullish on ETH BTC. We can see here 6 days ago, we essentially lost that 3-day median. That's again what moved us from that median down all the way from the 3.4 all the way back almost under 3. And now we see we're just kind of again in no man's land. I don't really feel comfortable saying that ETH BTC will bounce here, and if it does, we can't forget specifically on the 2-week all the resistance we're getting right around the 3.6 level. So if you get any kind of bounce, you have to really gauge the 3.6 as major resistance first. Yeah, I mean, that's what I see on ETH BTC. One thing to know, which I didn't bring up, we were basically under this moving average for, quite a while, a few years. Back in September, we actually broke above it. And from that point, I mean, this has really just exacerbated the move down. So for me now on ETH BTC, yes, it could get a bounce back up to 3.6. Ideally, then bulls can reclaim that. But as long as we're under there, I'm still going to keep being on the bias that ETH BTC is slowly but surely going to make its way back down to the 2-3 level. And at that point, we have to really gauge is it gonna hold that level just like it's always done? Mega aggressive moves down through 2-3 level does hold us, and then that leads to the bigger move, or do we just lose it, leading to just really pain on ETH, the ETH BTC pairing? But for me now, I mean that's just the ultimate area to gauge. We're really going to want to see that 2-3 level hold, and if we don't, we are really going to be entering, in a zone that we really haven't been in, many times, which is under that 2-3 level. Would be absolutely detrimental to ETH. So, just understand that ETH BTC still looks like it has a lot more to go from current price action. We're still talking about a 26% move down. But with this, monthly volatility still expanding and firing off, that really doesn't seem too crazy to me. So, we'll have to gauge into February where that monthly 9 moves to. And I'm actually curious to see where the EMA 5 is. Just to my, suspicion here, that EMA 5 actually is perfectly where the 3-6 level is. So again, just lots of areas and lots of points on why that 3-6 zone is the ultimate zone to reclaim for bulls. And if we are under it, you really have to just keep yourself in check by getting, you don't want to get too bullish on altcoins, and specifically ETH. So now if we look at ETH is, a little harder to gauge than ETH BTC. Why I'm saying that is just simply because, we are still holding above the levels I watch, specifically on the monthly. And, something to note on this monthly is we are still contracting on BBWP. So this is very interesting to me because into February, this actually could start giving us a volatility setup on the monthly, which keep in mind, we've only ever had one volatility setup on the monthly. And that is what essentially took us from, the $2,300 zone all the way up to the $4,100 zone. So this resetting and giving us a monthly volatility setup, most likely into February, is a very interesting point to me. Why? Because if ETH BTC still looks like it has, almost 27% more down before it reaches major support, what I can at least interpret from that is, once Bitcoin does end up getting a deep pullback, this really could be destruction for ETH. I do think that ETH could end up actually rejecting pretty hard here. But for the hopium on bulls, and there is a little more hopium on the ETH dollar pairing, I guess, than the ETH Bitcoin pairing, is we are still above the monthly 9. So the monthly 9, just like how the ETH BTC pairing has very healthily lost that, on the ETH dollar pairing, we actually are still holding it and getting somewhat of a bounce. So that's going to be a really big point for Ethereum bulls. We are going to want to hold this. We talked about this, just multi-year channel that we've had for a while now, just represented by these two lines. And if this is going to be true, we actually are going to need to start seeing some volatility here, up or down, probably within March, possibly early April. And so when I start seeing a monthly volatility setup contracting on ETH, it's just telling me that right now it doesn't seem like ETH wants to put in that big move yet, but something is brewing here on ETH. And it's always, like I said, the fact that this cycle we haven't broken the all-time high or previous all-time high, tells me two things. Either ETH is extremely lagging right now in price, or this is truly just gonna probably get, surpassed on the market, like of it being the second biggest crypto. Because whereas like Binance, XRP, other things have already broken its all-time high, Solana even, ETH has not. So that's always going to be something that, we have to just keep in the back of our head if we're trading ETH. 2-month 2 is at the lowest volatility reads ever recorded. Again, just interesting to me to see this because, whereas ETH has really not done much, and it's kind of been a joke on crypto Twitter. ETH really has just been depreciating against Bitcoin. It still is on the higher time frames holding that EMA 9, which is going to be an extremely big point to kind of gauge for me if this is actually going to shift in terms of bulls, really expanding that volatility and breaking us out from this multi-year channel, or us actually breaking down.
Do we have any sort of reference as to what actually precedes the move, whether it's the ETH USD pair or the ETH BTC pair. Do you like? Have you paid attention to that? Have you looked into that?
No, I don't know.
Like
I
at the
don't
same
know off the
time?
top of my head.
Got it.
Which one breaks out? I mean, we can see on this 3-month here back in April, and then we really had the expansion January and then April. Let's just see real quick. I mean, at that point, ETH was already doing pretty well. That's why, it's hard to gauge. While this was kind of going down in January 2020, we started to just bottom around that point and move up on the, spot pairing. While ETH BTC in that point seems to me like they kind of bottom around the same point. Let me just see here. We made the top here in October. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's hard to gauge. It is hard to gauge. It truly is. And that's why, if we're really going to want to see a pretty major move on ETH here soon, we're going to need either this ETH BTC pairing to really get a bounce, get us back above the 3.6. Then you at least can make an argument, or we'll at least pop back up to the 4.6. Still a nice bounce. Or we're just going to make still a major move down on ETH BTC, which just could correlate to ETH spot pairing really becoming weak. I mean, you're even seeing it up 3.59%. That's awesome. But Bitcoin just made an all-time high today, and it is up at 3.4%. So you're really not seeing ETH outperform Bitcoin. You're seeing it on par. Yes, it's a green day for crypto, but this is the risk of when your Bitcoin pairing is bearish, when we do inevitably form some kind of higher low on Bitcoin again, because with a higher high comes a higher low. Could just mean ETH just gets a deeper pullback. And so that's the higher time frames. Volatility is it is resetting here, and it is looking juicy on ETH. I wouldn't disregard it fully, up or down, because a big move is coming. Nice thing about this 5-day, which is going to be an interesting point for bulls today, is to see if this 5-day can actually reclaim and hold that EMA 9. You can see here we put in a very nice hammerhead on the 5-day. Still contracting volatility on the 5-day too. We now want to really start seeing bulls get to work. This 5 days closing in 8 hours, you're generally going to want to start seeing this hold. If this 5-day can hold, then it really can then start looking like this 5-day silver cross can play out. Because what we see is, back in November, we still had that silver cross occur, and it still is activated. This just plays into alts are very hard to play, unlike Bitcoin, where it can be very straightforward. You're going to lose the 9, go to the 21, go back up to the 9, lose it, go to the 21. A lot to chop here, but as long as that 21 is still holding like it's been, especially on the 5-day, which I like right now, that 5-day EMA 21 is right around our support line, right at $3,270, $3,272. As long as we hold above that on the 5-day, this actually can start shifting in terms of being more in favor of the bulls. Because if we actually get this 5-day to reset on volatility, while the silver cross still continues to hold on kind of like last stand going, on the EMA 21, we then have at least then we can start formulating some kind of idea where this can be some bottom. We need to get back above the EMA 9. In doing so, then we can actually have another test of this, channel that we've been in on ETH. Let me go here. I don't know why that changed it down from this point. If we actually can break up and get any kind of, 5-day, weekly, 2-week close back above, in my opinion, 3,700, that could be the pre-steps of a major breakout on ETH. Going to the HPDR, you see that 5-day median is right around that zone. So if we start popping up, reclaiming that 5-day EMA 9, getting back above that $3,700, to me, the next target will start really looking like ETH's going to go back up to the 4,200.
That's all-time high, no?
Close to it.
No, it's not.
Yeah, close to it. All-time high for bulls is 4,868. So, it's still a long ways to go, but again, it just ties into what I said in the beginning, where ETH is either majorly lagging right now, and that's why we're starting to, contract on the higher time frame volatility setups like the monthly here and the 2-month even. 2-month is literally at lowest volatility rates ever, but it just makes it hard to gauge because of ETH BTC. So, what could occur is we end up actually getting some kind of pullback in this region. ETH BTC actually starts coming down pretty aggressively, and then ETH could just be caught into a range here, where, and again, that's why today's daily is going to be important. But as long as we hold above 2,770, yeah, like I just said, that's really good. But if we end up losing that, we could just be back in a range where resistance is 3,270, and support is right around the $2,954. No, I said that wrong. 3,270, and then support is right around the 2,948. That's why today's close on the 5-day, the daily, it's going to be really important. Do bulls actually pop us back? SFP the zone, hold above the EMA 100, reclaim the daily EMA 9, leading to possibly the 5-day, reclaiming that EMA 9. Then to me, once we do that, could look pretty likely we're at least going to go and retest the median at the very least, if not at the very top of this channel. We actually reclaim that median though. Yeah, I mean, 4,200 to 4,400 could be next. And that's why I'm not really, itching to long ETH right now. I'm just kind of waiting, because if I'm wrong and ETH BTC ends up bouncing, close to the 3 level where we're at, and we start trekking up and we quickly reclaim this zone and hold it, and then ETH USD, really actually gets a bounce, reclaims the 5-day EMA 9, moves up, reclaims the median, and starts consolidating here. I can just start looking to open longs at this zone and just target the 44,200 region. That's why there shouldn't be any FOMO when trading, alt, even ETH. The volatility is there, and just like we have these mega moves up, we always have mega moves down. That's why I just wait for these reclaims. We've had this channel. I don't hold a lot of weight on channels, but I mean, they have just simply been working up and down. We're talking about here support, this kind of being the last stand for ETH bulls. And then here we were waiting to see if we're actually going to flip this into support and reclaim it. We did not. We fell back into the channel, retested it, broke down. And that's why it's going to be really important now for ETH bulls to at least hold the EMA 9 on the 5-day. Because right now, if they don't, this could just look like a reclaim to another loss. And then that can just start really then testing here the support zone at 3,270. The fact we've already tested this a bunch already makes it weak. Anytime we start losing the $3,270 region, especially on a 5-day, just generally leads to more downside moves, each and every time in this kind of range here. So it's going to be actually a big day for ETH. I really want to see kind of where this goes. I'm trying to be bullish, but what's always stopping me is the fact that ETH BTC is just still looking as bad as it looks. Getting a bounce here shouldn't surprise anyone. I mean, we just made a lower low on the 5-day. But as long as we're just under this region, it's going to really mute the ETH USD move up, and actually could just start making this go down. So that's all I really see on ETH. It's really hard to gauge for me right now. We're kind of at like the last zone, in my opinion. Whereas if we really can't hold above 3,270, that could be just a precursor of a bigger move down on ETH. So I'd watch pretty carefully kind of where we're at. Even here, I mean, back in previous cycles, above 3,270 was good. But every time we lost it here, it just bled more down. Here, it was great. It was above it, didn't hold the reclaim, rejected the 2-day 9, fell down. Here, fell down. And then here, we were just caught in the range that I was talking about. That could occur, where we just simply chop up 3,270 is resistance and 2,950 is support. So that could happen. This occurred for a while, and that really wouldn't surprise me. And actually, kind of would be pretty bullish if we just started to either get expansion here, or if not, chop and kind of just play into this range here. That really would then start, in my opinion, shifting things for bulls, resetting volatility. If we still hold above the 21 here on the 5-day, once this 5-day actually does fire off, that could be, you know, what actually breaks us out. It's interesting because when we're viewing ETH on most higher time frames, we're either seeing volatility contract a lot, or we're starting to see it really actually give a setup soon. I don't find it a coincidence that we've been talking about this channel here for months, and it has just been working simply. We are now at the end of it. This is going to require a lot of volatility to break us out or down. So I don't find it a coincidence. We will see very closely what occurs. If remember, ETH doesn't hold the 3,270 zone, it's perfectly okay. Simply could just mean that we're going to go back into this range here. As long as that monthly 9 is still holding, I'm still going to just be cautiously bullish on ETH and just personally wait and look at this as consolidation. You know, if we start really losing this zone and losing specifically that 2,950, right, that really would start looking bad. And then at that point, I really would have to start gauging a lot lower for ETH. You know, around 2,700 to 2,500. But I'm still going to be hopeful that bulls will just kind of hold this zone, hold the top of this range. It doesn't have to break out now. We can just be here for, you know, up until March, February, March. But I do think a big move is coming on ETH. I'm just unsure if it's going to be up or down right now, personally. So that's all I really have on ETH. I don't really have much. We really just want to see kind of where today close happens, and if we actually can reclaim the 5-day EMA 9, hold the 3,270, and really flip that into support, which is nice because it's coming right around where that EMA 100 is on the daily. Then great. If we end up losing it, we lose the EMA 100. Most likely going to come back down to that SMA 200, just to keep it very simple. And yeah, that's all I have. We do see the daily is starting to silver cross to the downside. So again, just why it's going to be really important for bulls to push up today. And they are trying to, so we'll have to see where this closes. But yeah, I mean, swap pairing is really not that clean. And it was interesting to see, you know, a lot of people got bearish on ETH when Solana was moving, and then a lot of people got bullish on ETH when they saw Trump was, I guess, bidding ETH. For me, I just ignore all that noise, and I don't feel comfortable giving any kind of altcoin long or specifically ETH long as long as we're under that EMA 100 on the daily on ETH BTC. Remember, that EMA 100 has been solidly rejecting us. I mean, over and over and over again. So now it's come all the way to the 3.6. I can definitely be wrong. We don't need to come all the way down here. And if we don't come all the way down to the 2.3 level, I'm really going to be watching then just for a flip of the 3.6. Once this occurs, then I can really start feeling comfortable about looking for an ETH long. And then at that point, it's either going to be I get an ETH long around this zone in kind of the middle, or I'm just going to have to wait for a breakout or a breakdown for a play. So, you know, just kind of wait on your hands, sit. There's no reason to have FOMO on ETH, and just wait for a decision. You know, losing 3,270 probably will dump us back to 2,950. Reclaiming the 5-day EMA 9 and popping back above 3,700 is probably what's going to be needed to actually break this out. So for these either decisions, you have to wait. And that's all I really see on ETH. So I'm not really too bricked up on ETH. I don't really see why people would be putting a lot of their attention on it, considering right now this is a Bitcoin driven rally. So
it is. It's very disappointing. Bad ETH. Terrible. Yeah. Fucking it's been the XRP of the past cycles. But now look at XRP. And
it's because Vitalik hasn't posted any more pictures of his massive dome.
I think so too. We'll work with his PR department so that he can post more schlong pictures, because I feel like that's what people want. At the end of the day, a lot of people like to look at fundamentals and say, well, it's limited supply, economics, tokenomics. Dude, it's all about dick pictures. If you
Vitalik on OnlyFans and you pay with Ethereum.
By the way, we should get at some point into the Trump chart and do some scalping trading, just like the most dangerous one, and just put like, warning, this is extremely dangerous and don't do it at home. But that'd be fucking hilarious. Kind of like what we were doing in the morning, Alex.
Yeah, that'd be fun.
Live gambling.
Yeah, live, like that is straight up live gambling. We have Bitcoin next, which you both will do. And now I want to show you boys this. Palantir, right? Monthly chart. Right here. Gonna do this. And now we're gonna measure this bullshit from the bottom of this to here. Right? Why? Because this is a cup and handle pattern. Now you can't see it because it's monthly, but when you put it on the weekly, you see the consolidation of price right here, right? So it's right there. Let me go back to my monthly.
Good news, by the way. Girlfriend came through. I got an adapter for the charger.
Oh, good. Good. Look at that.
Interesting. Wow.
Sheesh.
To the T almost. Wow.
So yeah, XRP people are going to be quite pleased if this, which I think will play out in the same way. And Bitcoin had the same, by the way. Bitcoin had this one right here. So if you want to measure this move from Bitcoin,
God damn. You know what the
116.
implications for that are, right?
20.
Huh?
Almost.
The implications for that is that unless Ethereum goes over $7,000, XRP is gonna top it.
That's insane. That's fucking
The second biggest cryptocurrency is gonna be XRP.
That would surprise me.
Yeah, well, this is a simulation, so
True. I'd always think
Hey,
like
it's happened. It's happened before. XRP has topped Ethereum before.
True.
yeah.
It
So-
really could then, because it's ETH is just like a piece of shit. It's literally depreciating as Bitcoin's making all-time highs. It's crazy.
And
If you
I
were
mean,
on that,
I was going to say, if you just really like, and I know fundamentals mean zero in crypto, right? Like people were like, oh, I can't believe Trump released the Trump coin. It's like, shut the fuck up. You're buying fart coin. Like,
or
get the fuck
rocket.
out of here, right? Like fundamentals don't work at all. But what's the point of ETH when you have Solana?
True.
Just that alone. It's like, what's the fucking point? Like for real? None.
I
Like-
love it when people try to argue that. This is one dude in our Discord who tried to go back and forth with me about how fundamentals matter more than TA and trend.
No, not on this. Not on this. Not on this. It's just not on this. All righty. Thank you, boys. Let's get to it. I'm going to do XRP first. Bueno, voy a hacer XRP rápido, pero lo primero que les quiero enseñar es este gráfico de Palantir, porque se refiere también en la misma manera al que estamos viendo en XRP en este momento y ahorita van a ver por qué. Los que hablan inglés obviamente lo cacharon, los que no y están entrando, bienvenidos. Estamos en el stream de Elite Trading Academy, damas y caballeros. Ok, ¿qué fue lo que habíamos visto acá? Esto es un patrón y voy a poner una línea horizontal acá para que lo puedan ver. Esto es un patrón que se llama cup and handle. O sea, básicamente es una taza de té y acá tiene la agarradera, la taza de té. Normalmente la taza de té es plana en la parte alta, tiene su agarradera acá, que es a lo que se refiere el precio de esta subida, esta caída a esta subida y luego consolidación en donde está la agarradera. ¿Ok? Y ahora me van a decir, pero esto no tiene consolidación donde está la agarradera. Estás viendo un gráfico mensual. Si te lo pongo en el semanal, podrás ver aquí justamente la confluencia del precio cuando estaba consolidando el precio por acá de Palantir en 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 velas semanales. ¿Ok? Y ahora, ¿para qué nos sirve esto? Para poder medir el movimiento que viene. Y es así de sencillo. Pues, ¿cómo mides el movimiento en este tipo de patrones? Agarras una línea de tendencia, buscas el punto más bajo del precio junto con la línea meme y vas a llevarlo al punto más bajo del precio. Ahí está. Ahora vas a agarrarlo y ponerlo en el breakout, ¿no? Que es básicamente ahí. Lo voy a poner acá para que lo puedan ver. ¡Tarán! El objetivo de este breakout eran $84. El precio llegó a 84.80. Normalmente no pasa tan exactamente al dólar, que lo tengan completamente asegurado. A veces, y esto es parte de lo que me gusta del análisis técnico, a veces la cosa más sencilla es la que mejor funciona, pero a veces no, ¿no? Siempre es como el misterio, cómo puedo encontrar las mejores oportunidades. Con eso dicho y hecho, los voy a llevar al gráfico de XRP. La razón por la que pongo esto en contexto es por lo que están viendo. Este es el gráfico mensual de XRP. ¿Cómo haríamos este show? Tal cual, donde tengo mi línea de tendencia por acá arriba. Estoy en un gráfico mensual, una vez más, para toda la gente que se lo pregunta. ¿Y qué es lo que voy a hacer? Buscar mi punto más bajo en la consolidación. Es este, ¿ok? Ahí voy a agarrar una línea de tendencia para medir el movimiento y lo voy a poner acá. Ahora, esto, una vez más, no es ciencia, no es fijo, pero esto te da un objetivo de $6.05, 50 centavos. $6.50, si es que juega de esa forma. Ahora, habrá gente que me vaya a decir, chido, brother, pero la consolidación de esto en realidad ocurre de acá a la parte baja de esto y este es el breakout. Vamos a ver. Hasta ahí llega esa zona. Si eso fuera el caso, los $4 en XRP se verían mejor. La cosa de esto y el problema de esto es que para el patrón tienes que cumplirlo desde el tope hasta acá. Y esto pondría literalmente XRP en $6.5. Ahora, eso es simplemente un análisis chaqueto. Solamente quería que lo vieran para todos ustedes que están aprendiendo formaciones, patrones, etcétera. Eso es cup and handle, de nuevo, taza y agarradera de la taza. No sé cómo se dice en español exactamente, pero ahí lo tienen. Ahora, vamos a ver a XRP, que se está moviendo divinamente dentro de nuestras zonas. Podemos ver que está encontrando un poco de resistencia en contra del alto histórico que había logrado antes en los 3.3 y ahora está cotizando en $3.2. Nada mal. Ayer estaba platicando con un amigo mío que compró XRP cuando estaba en $1. Valió madres, no lo había vuelto a ver y le digo, güey, deberías de checar tu cartera ahorita. Entonces anda contento el buen Danny, felicidades, cabrón. Y ahora estamos viendo esto, vale. Empecemos con la trimestral, ya que vimos nuestras estupideces. En la trimestral podemos ver que estamos muy por encima de los últimos cierres que habíamos tenido, sobre todo el último que fue el más alto en $2 y ahora estamos justamente buscando un cierre en arriba de los $3 por este momento. Todavía faltan 2 meses y 12 días para esto, pero nuestra volatilidad continúa expandiendo a la alza y tiene muchísimo camino porque podemos ver que a XRP le encanta estar en absolutamente todo. Esto de nuevo es nuestro indicador de volatilidad del BBWP, donde las líneas rojas nos dice que está a 100% la volatilidad. La volatilidad es la línea de colores y nuestro promedio es la línea blanca. Nosotros contamos expansión de volatilidad cuando está por encima del promedio o encima del 15%. Estamos bastante por encima del 15%. El 15% estaría acá en XRP. Solamente lo voy a poner para que lo tengan como referencia. Estamos por encima. La volatilidad pudo vencer aquí a la alza y nos dio una confirmación a la alza justamente acá, donde ven el velazo verde. Esto quiere decir que este movimiento de la volatilidad está apoyándonos para ir para arriba y de nuevo para llegar al 100% todavía le faltan 33%. Por lo que nos dice que tal vez tiene más chance de dar continuación a la alza. Vamos a la mensual. En la mensual estamos viendo justamente acá, porque tengo nuestra línea meme, aunque esto lo vas a ver mejor en un gráfico semanal. Esta va a ser una zona bastante importante, de acuerdo a también lo que acaba de analizar Farhan y lo que nos acaba de decir. Ahorita les voy a explicar por qué. XRP continúa haciendo nuevos máximos históricos. El último máximo histórico lo hizo en casi $4, después de hacerlo en 3.3 y sigue empujando a la alza. Por ahora no tenemos nada que nos diga que esto es bajista. Vamos a ver si la volatilidad nos dice algo. La volatilidad se está acercando a extremos, pero todavía por encima de este ya vencido, por lo que nos dice que muy probablemente nos da la sugerencia de que hay una probabilidad más alta de llegar al 99.43% a la zona alta, lo que quiere decir que este movimiento todavía tiene bastante gasolina para seguir empujando. Aquí ya voy a prender mis líneas de colores y vamos exactamente a ver dónde estamos parados en esta tabla. Pueden ver que nuestro PDR nos pone la zona del breakout, justamente la junta con nuestra línea meme, el 88.3%. También el 78.6% es nuestra otra línea meme. Y de acá tienes el gran breakout. ¿Dónde está la parte alta de esto? El 95% está en 14.40, por lo que creemos que esto no se va a dar. si se llegara a dar, XRP valdría más que todos los países del mundo juntos, así que no se me pongan locos todavía, tiene que tener un poco de sentido por más que nos gustaría que fuera realidad. En la de 2 semanas tenemos el setup de jamás más potente que hemos visto en toda la historia y se acabó justamente acá al mismo tiempo que se acabó el setup de jamás en jamás, ¿no? Ahora con el ceasefire que existe entre Israel y jamás, aparentemente, al mismo tiempo se nos apagó esta señal. Pero esta señal que fue súper agresiva de volatilidad, que es cuando vienes de el cero, vienes de volatilidad nula. Todas estas sesiones de 2 semanas fueron volatilidad nula y luego la expansión por encima del 15% fue la confirmación del movimiento que vimos justamente a la alza en XRP. Por ahora, estamos ya en el 95% y estamos encontrando resistencia en ese 95%. Y nuestro siguiente objetivo sería el 97,5%, por lo que nos dice esto que probablemente vayamos a ver un poco de consolidación, simplemente viendo que nuestro setup de volatilidad ya no está empujando y también que estamos encontrando resistencia en el 95%. Vamos a la semanal. Semanal ya tiene algo más realista. La semanal estamos por encima del 50%, queremos tener un cierre por arriba de los 3, ¿qué son? 3.27. De los 3.27 para poder darnos una vuelta al 3.50. Lo que nosotros pensamos es que podemos ranguear acá en lo que esto baja a los $4 en la próxima abierta y la volatilidad nos dice un poco de lo mismo. Ya está dándose la vuelta para abajo, contrayendo, lo que nos dice que probablemente va a preparar otro setup. Vamos a ver, pero lo que está contrayendo, dudo que vaya a empujar mucho a la alza el precio de XRP muy rápido. Y aquí es donde podemos empezar a ver un poco esa consolidación una vez más de precio. Vamos a la de 5 días. En la de 5 días podemos ver que tal vez tenemos gasolina para llegar al 3.6. Nos gustaría ver eso, aunque volatilidad ha estado contrayendo, pero en lo que ha estado contrayendo, el precio ha dado continuación a la alza, por lo que no podemos descartar esto siempre y cuando cerremos por encima de 2.9, deberíamos de poder darnos un viaje al 3.63 en esta zona. Pueden ver que nuestra zona donde el precio nos gusta verlo bailar sería más o menos por acá. Básicamente ver esto caer, te puedes dar una vuelta, consolidar por acá, etcétera. Y luego ya, una vez que todos los niveles del HPDR bajen a niveles sensatos, no a $20 o $14 por moneda, veamos la siguiente pata para arriba en el movimiento de XRP. Por ahora estamos por encima de la 9, el 21 saludable, tenemos cruce plateado, tenemos todo lo que se necesita para continuar. Simplemente no queremos romper este alto en los 2.8. Este bajo, perdón, en los 2.8. Nos gustaría poder aguantar esta zona. Si ves un cierre abajo de 2.8, nos va a invitar a dar la vuelta al 2.5 y puede que esto se convierta entonces en una zona de rango mucho más grande de lo que pensábamos y podamos ver algo así. Así que atentos. Y la línea en la arena está en los 2.8 para todos ustedes que lo están anotando ahora que estamos en clase, brother. Vamos rápido a la diaria. En la diaria vemos cómo deliciosamente XRP se aguantó del promedio del 9 y se dio ese empujón para arriba. Estamos viendo que queremos cerrar definitivamente por encima de esta línea. Para nosotros, para que se vuelva alcista este movimiento más de lo que hemos visto, queremos un cierre diario arriba del 3.3. ¿Lo va a lograr el presidente Trump, Donald Trump, con el día de hoy? Vamos a ver qué se da. Pero si no se llega a dar este cierre, digo, de todas maneras tienes una semana básicamente. No, ¿cuándo cierra la semanal? La semanal debería cerrar. Ah, sí, en 6 días. No mames, es lunes, Alejandro. Felicidades. Todavía queda bastante tiempo para ver esto, tener un cierre diario por encima de esto y eso nos diría que tal vez podamos ir a la zona del 3.6 y nuestro rango se convierta hasta acá abajo. Lo más feo que veamos sería el 2.9, 2.8. Eso nos gustaría. Si no, vamos a empezar a ranguear hasta esta zona y eso no nos gustaría. Yo pienso que se va a quedar en esta zona, pero veamos qué exactamente da. Eso dicho y hecho, pueden ver que nuestra volatilidad acá no está dando ningún setup, simplemente está contrayendo para preparar algo más para adelante. XRP se ve bastante bien, se ve bastante alcista, tiene cara que necesita consolidar un poco. Lo único que necesitamos es darle tiempo al tiempo. Perdón, así cantaba mi tío cuando yo era chiquito. y se me quedó pegado. Y ¡pum! Eventualmente podemos tener un bias a la alza siempre y cuando no cerremos abajo esta línea meme en los 2.8. Cerrando abajo de los 2.8 en la diaria nos va a empezar a dar objetivos más bajos y nos va a cambiar el rango. En vez de solamente podrías meter todo este rango o tal vez hasta esta parte, ¿no? En los 2.6, que es lo que tendría sentido simplemente viendo el gráfico. Y con eso tenemos XRP. Vamos a ver Ethereum rápidamente. Ethereum tiene básicamente el setup que me encanta en la diaria. Ahorita vamos a verlo, pero vamos a empezar rápido en la de 3 meses. Esos respiros de muerte. Felicidades, Alejandro. Sigue dibujando tus tonterías. Podemos ver que Ethereum ha estado respetando nuestra línea diagonal bajista. Ha estado creando después de este máximo máximos más bajos, pero está continuando creando mínimos más altos. Y eso lo está haciendo con fuerza. Yo creo que pueden todos notar simplemente el ángulo de esta línea meme. Lleva fuerza esto. Es más, me atrevería hasta dejarlo ahí. Yo creo que aquí estás. Ethereum va a poder explotar por ahí de... Ah, no, todavía le faltaría bastante a esto. Hasta el 2026. Para quien se quiera esperar, pero lo único que quiero notar es que hacer notar es los mínimos son mucho más altos que antes, por más que no hayamos logrado un alto más alto. Y eso lo aprendimos en el gráfico de XRP. XRP fue el primero en decirnos, siempre y cuando continuemos siendo bajos más altos, esto algún día puede explotar a la alza. Por ende, en mi teoría, no creo, por más que fundamentalmente Ethereum no tiene sentido alguno cuando existe algo como Solana, Ethereum podría simplemente tener y reventar como XRP a la alza. Con eso dicho, vamos a ver volatilidad en el punto más bajo, lo que nos está diciendo en el gráfico de 3 meses, lo que nos está diciendo en Ethereum. Ve la pinche jugada asquerosa que nos hizo a todos pensando acá, ya chingamos, estamos rompiendo por arriba de la media, aquí vamos, y se dio la vuelta para abajo a continuar. Tenemos el 15% aquí ilustrado, venimos de periodos de volatilidad al 100% y vamos para abajo a crear el setup más potente que hemos visto en la historia de Ethereum, pero todavía no está enfrente de nosotros, simplemente nos está dando la idea de que lo va a crear. Vamos a la mensual. En la mensual de Ethereum vemos un poco de lo mismo, esta pelea con la línea diagonal en meme, que simplemente no podemos pasar. Estamos cotizando en 3,347 en este segundo. Una vela de indecisión muy cabrona. Volatilidad no nos dice absolutamente nada. Está una vez más contrayendo y a punto de regresar al 15%, por lo que la vamos a eliminar en esta vista mensual. Esta es una vela de indecisión mamona porque estás en medio de la vela. Ese es el cuerpo. La parte alta y baja no tienen cuerpo, están simplemente flaquitas como mis piernas. Y eso básicamente es una vela de indecisión, que no te dice ni para arriba ni para abajo, jugándote el suspenso. Lo que sí sabemos es que estamos por encima del promedio del 9, y eso es bastante bueno para el precio. Nosotros consideramos esto un mercado alcista, siempre y cuando estés por encima. Voy a ponerles el HPDR para ver exactamente dónde estamos parados. Y en el HPDR lo pueden ver, estamos justamente en el nivel más pinche de todos, donde vamos a ranguear entre los 3,400, 3,250, hasta que podamos romper esta zona y meternos a la zona azul. Una vez que nos metamos a la zona azul, teniendo un cierre arriba de 3,424, vamos a poder ir a buscar la media, que está en los 4,650. Vamos a ver si esta media va a aguantar. Todavía le falta bastante tiempo. Es 11 días y 8 meses para cerrar. Si no logramos llegar a la media, mínimo estamos buscando tener el cierre por encima de los 3,420. Eso nos diría que podemos ir para arriba y veremos qué pasa con la media exactamente en esa temporalidad. Más bien en ese tiempo, brother. Aquí en la de 2 semanas estamos en la zona azul. Importante. ¿Dónde está la media de la zona azul, güey? Aquí. ¿Y dónde está el resto de la zona azul? ¡Wow! Ok. Y atentos, porque la media de la zona azul tiene convergencia, confluencia justamente en esta zona donde tengo mi línea meme para el breakout, la en 4,100, y también mi línea meme más importante en los 3,962. Pudiendo cerrar por encima de la media, podríamos tener un viaje a la zona alta de la media. La zona alta de la media se encuentra en los 16,580. De nuevo, esto suena a un sueño mojado. Lo primero que tenemos que hacer es poder tomar la media y ahora sí que cerrar por encima de ella. Y estás hablando, este es un gráfico de 2 meses. Ya decía yo, qué puta madres, porque esto se levantó tanto en la de 2 semanas. Ya. Oye, brother, discúlpame. Ok, acá tenemos la media en la de 2 semanas, como debe ser, en los 2,840 en la zona, en la parte baja. Como estamos en la zona azul y estamos rebotando en la media con esta vela, deberíamos de tener una buena probabilidad de ir a retestear esta línea vertical meme una vez más, en donde, por ahí de la parte alta del 38.2% en los 3,665. El poder cerrar por encima de ella, que técnicamente la línea diagonal meme tendría sentido, es lo que hizo Bitcoin. Quiero que lo vean. Bitcoin tuvo exactamente ese movimiento en la diaria, es donde se ve. Déjenme, les quito esta chingadera. Bitcoin tuvo ese movimiento. ¿Dónde? Acá, donde pudimos cerrar por encima de la diagonal. O sea, básicamente Ethereum va atrás de Bitcoin. Lo pueden ver, ¿no? Esto es básicamente la misma estructura, simplemente en diferentes niveles. Una vez que cerramos por encima de nuestra línea meme diagonal que viene para abajo, tuvimos esta vela que nos engañó de que no íbamos a aguantar y después tuviste la siguiente recargándose y abriendo justamente en donde está la zona del breakout y ahí lo tienes. Esto fue lo que llevó a Bitcoin a nuevos altos históricos por ahí de los 109,000, después de los 108,000. Y ahí lo tienes, básicamente eso. Vamos a regresar rápido a ver ETH. No lo estamos viendo en la diaria, estamos en la de 2 semanas. Más o menos es lo que buscamos, ¿no? En la de 2 semanas estamos buscando que ETH pueda básicamente hacer esto y aguantar. Esta fue la finta que nos dio Bitcoin. Bitcoin nos hizo pensar que esto estaba pasando, pero a ETH sí le pasó. Lo que estamos buscando es simplemente cierres por encima de esta línea meme. Y ahí también podemos ver un poco de confluencia con nuestro HPDR y las bandas del mismo, donde está justamente el 38% en la parte alta de la zona azul, lo que nos daría más permiso para el breakout. Perdón, lo quité. Voy a poner la semanal. En la semanal estamos muy por debajo de la zona azul. Estamos justamente entre el 61.8% y el 50%. Estamos peleándonos con el promedio del 9. Lo que estamos buscando aquí es sencillo. Simplemente tener un cierre por encima del promedio del 9 que coincide con nuestra línea meme acá en los 3,349. Ese cierre por encima de esto, porque además tienes el 9, el 21, el 34, todos estos bastante bien plantados tus promedios para decir que esto podría continuar a la alzas con ese cierre por encima de la 9. Nos gustaría verlo. Volatilidad no te está diciendo nada, simplemente está regresando a niveles de reset y la media del canal está en los 4,327. Paso a paso, lo primero que tenemos que hacer una vez más, cerrar por encima para meternos a la zona azul de esta línea meme diagonal que está en 3,635. Ya lo ven, padres. Ahora, con eso dicho y hecho, vamos a la de 5 días en ETH. 5 días en ETH, a punto de tocar la media, nos está rechazando el promedio del 9 y ahora estamos flotando entre el 9 y el 21, justamente en nuestra línea meme. ¿Qué es lo que estamos buscando? Poder ganarle al promedio del 9. Una vez por encima del promedio del 9, podemos ir a buscar tomar la media que está justamente acá, donde está nuestra línea meme, y de ahí poder ir a la parte alta de la zona azul, que está en 4,200. Eso no nos pone en all-time highs, pero ya estando acá y teniendo un cierre por encima, nos puede llevar al 61,8% si es que volatilidad apoya el movimiento, y esto nos pondría en altos históricos. Y volatilidad está justamente en el punto entrando a hacer un setup del 15%. Y a Ethereum, cuando hace sus setups, pueden verlo por acá, le gusta pintarlos bastante. Así que atentos acá con el gráfico de 5 días. Vamos a la diaria, un poco de lo mismo con volatilidad, no vale la pena ni siquiera sacarla. Y en la diaria de ETH es sencillo el pedo. Queremos poder cerrar por encima de este 50%. ¿Por qué? Porque estamos retomando apenas el promedio del 9. Ahí venimos a retomar el promedio del 21 y el 55, que nos acaban de dar un cruce plateo a la baja en esta zona, pero esto podría invalidarlo rapidísimo una vez que cerremos por encima de 3,405 y eso nos daría un viaje casi gratis a los 3,500. Esto es lo que estaríamos buscando ver en el cierre. Queremos cerrar por encima del 50% en los 3,408. Visto como sea, queremos que simplemente tomemos un nivel bastante sencillo para decir que Ethereum está bien parado y va a ser aquí encima y tener cierres de confirmación encima, aunque te la pueden jugar como esta zona. Pero una vez logrado eso, tu segunda resistencia va a estar en los 4,100, en los 4,100, y una vez que puedas romper eso, puede que Ethereum marque altos históricos una vez más. El problema y lo que tenemos cuando estamos viendo Bitcoin es simplemente lo pinche bajista que se ve esto, carnal. Ve esto. Esta es la única vez, creo que sí, lo puedo poner una mensual, sí. Esta es la única vez que Ethereum ha roto esta línea alcista a la baja. La única. Y acá tienes un cruce plateado a la baja. Pero también estás muy por encima de los otros mínimos que habías marcado antes. O sea, tendrías que caer a esta zona o a esta zona para empezar a decir, uy, y aún así tienes mínimos más altos que estos. Pero yo digo, la línea en la arena es, rompes esto a la baja y se va a ver del culo. Pero aquí podría ser la zona que esté haciendo simplemente un SFP, que nos haga, aquí está el precio, siguiente vela vaya a buscar, otro rechazo que te haga pensar que vas a volver a caer y ya de ahí darse para arriba. Podría ser. Simplemente no quiero descartar esa opción en vez de pensar que va a volver a retestear la línea, se va a caer, que ya la retesteó, este fue el retesteo. Y de ahí va a continuar cayendo y creando altos más bajos y bajos más bajos. Así que para Ethereum, mis Ethereum Bulls, solamente tenemos que cerrar por encima de esto, de los 3,600. Eso es lo que nos gustaría ver por ahora en Ethereum. Ok, dicho y hecho, vamos a Bitcoin, Mr. Farhan. The coins of the bits.
We're trying to have some fun with our Bitcoins. We're having a lot of fun.
Have some fun with your Bitcoin. You're going to love it. It's going to be amazing. Gary Gensler's a fucking idiot.
Gary Gensler's a faggot, you know. I know a lot of faggots, but this is the biggest faggot I've ever met. Just imagine Gensler's face when he saw Trump release a meme coin.
Oh, dude. I just also don't care Gary cares. I don't think Gary cares. I think he was just in for the play.
He probably doesn't give a fuck.
He probably bought some before all of us. Let's face it.
Did you see that that Gensler was actually promoting a bunch of shit coins before he became SEC chair, where he was talking about the benefits of Solana and Ethereum while he was a professor.
Didn't he work in a crypto company? I'm pretty sure he did.
He tried to work for, I believe,
Binance, and Binance told him to fuck off, I think.
Yeah. And then he sues Binance when he's the chair of the SEC.
Yeah.
And then he promotes Solana and then declares it a security. So on the 2-week on Bitcoin, we have hit basically almost exactly to the top 38.2%, which is right now at somewhere around $109,000, 38.2% sitting at $110,000. We front ran it by a few $100s because you know how Bitcoin is a piece of shit and it likes to front run everybody's sell and buy targets. So we did front run it by about like $650. As of right now, as long as we're rejecting this 38.2%, we have high probabilities of coming back down somewhere around the 9 EMA, since the 9 EMAs right now are solid support. And this 9 EMA is going to rise. Right now, it's sitting at $92,700. I'd like to see it somewhere around $97,000, $98,000 to be a sweep of this of our current weekly low, which is around about like 99.5. See a sweep of that, possibly a little bit of sideways at that point, and then get that test of the 9 EMA when it's a little bit higher, and then I could see it go up towards this 50%, which is around like $125,000. The invalidation for this though is if we close a 2-week over this 38.2% at $110,000. If we close over a 2-week over that, then the pullback idea is out, and we're likely going to go straight up to the 120s, and that 5-day volatility momentum setup is going to play off. Right now, momentum is still to the downside, but it's trying to flip back up. It's brushing right up against this moving average, and volatility is kind of pointed up too. The jewel is on the edge of giving us a God mode sell signal. We still have a buy on the jewel, But once this flips into white and then dark blue, we're going to have that confirmed God mode sell signal. And then from there, we'd likely get that pullback. Very likely, at least if this shifts dark blue sell God mode, at least to $98,000, maybe lower, maybe to $92,000. That's just an idea for now until that has been confirmed. Go to monthly. Monthly is now still over the median. Median is at $99,544, while momentum is breaking back up from a full reset. Volatility is coming from 0%. Right now it's at 9%. And Jewel is still flipped to the upside, still giving us the light blue cyan buy color. In this next monthly open, very likely we're going to enter into the critical zone and probably stay there for some time because we have one rejection of the critical zone and our previous all-time highs of $73,000. And we're going to likely make our way towards the bullish control zone on momentum. The last time we were in the bullish control zone on momentum was sitting around March and April of 2021, when price went up, basically up only, from around $10,000 to $65,000 in a few months. It was September of 2020 to about March of 2021. So that gives you 5 months we did a 6x on price. And we're getting the similar setup to what we got right back then. I'm not saying we're going to do a 6x. I strongly doubt we're going to do a 6x because 6x will put us at $600,000. I don't think that's going to happen. But a 30% to 50%, maybe 60% move is not out of the question. A $600,000 Bitcoin would buy you 2 Lamborghini Huracans. One Chinese Bitcoin for 2 Italian Lamborghini Huracans.
That is pretty good.
Not bad. If we get a close over this median, that takes us to the top 38.2%. Right now, that number sits at $163,500. We're approaching George territory. Because George would say 163,000, add another 0, and then we're there.
Oh, yeah. Oh, and quickly. It's going to happen in 3 days, I think.
It's going to happen tomorrow. But that $163,000 level is very close to our 3-month bullish hidden bullish divergence target, which right now is $169,000. Beautiful number. I've seen a lot of beautiful numbers, but this is one of the most beautiful numbers I've ever seen. Momentum is still pointed to the upside. Let's shift to the quarterly. Quarterly is now flipping back up on momentum. Volatility is still shifted down. That usually gives us a test of the median. And right now, the median sits at $118,888. Probabilities are by the end of March, we very likely test that median around $118,888. And if we're testing $118,000, that's $12,000 higher than where we are. Almost certainly that 5-day setup is going to be firing off. Volatility is going to be over 15%. And then we have an 85% chance of a 30 to 35% move from there. Likely takes us somewhere around $130,000 to $135,000, which is going to be over this quarterly median. And if we get a quarterly close over the median, this is going to come down. Like take it easy a little bit. We're not going, very likely not going to $219,000, but I would like to see this somewhere around 160. That would be very, very, very cool. And it would also play out that quarterly hidden bullish divergence. And from there, I kind of think that probably will be our top, especially if it's at if we get a rejection and a shooting star at 169,420.
You really are fucking lawyering up for that case. You're making all the what's it called when you're making all the case like a lawyer.
Yep.
For that 169,420.
I'm not trying to have anybody come at me with some bullshit when I'm like, nope, I gave you this precaution, I gave you this one. Sue this D. On the weekly, we are now getting a nice, perfect rejection of the median. Median sits at $109,000. We have a rejection right at $109,354, which is also plays into the pullback idea. So where if we reject this median, we have a very high probability of coming back down to the bottom 38.2%. If not that, first the 9 EMA, then the bottom 38.2%. Right now, the 9 EMA sits at, whoa, what do you know? $96,000. And this probably rises in the next six days, likely up to $98,000. Somewhere between $98,000 and $96,000 would be the most epic buy zone. The 38.2% right now sits at about $95,000. Anywhere from there, I believe, is going to be a very, very, very good opportunity. And if you get into $95,000, you could have like if you're not comfortable with stop losses on closures, you can have an automatic or hard stop loss sitting at $89,200. So that would be, and this is one of those trades where you don't want to use a bunch of like degenerate leverage. Let's see how much percentage you're risking. Fuck. This is a little difficult when the numbers are this large. You're risking about 6%, where if you're right, you would be making about, because from here we very likely go towards 130s with that 5-day setup playing out. That would be about 37% to the upside versus 6% risk to the downside. Maybe like all you would really need for a move like that is like 2 or 3x leverage and you're set. And you have a more probability of putting in higher size onto this because it's Bitcoin. It's not a shitcoin. Although Peter Schiff would tell you the same thing. Did you see his tweet about Trump coin saying that obviously that's now the best store of value? He was clearly he was trolling. He was trolling so hard. He was trolling the Bitcoin people where he was like, it took Bitcoin 8 years to reach this market cap, and Trump did it in a couple of days. Yeah, he was trolling the Bitcoin people so hard. Trolling the narrative of Bitcoin being a store of value. I mean, like, you see, it did this in this many days, and Bitcoin took this many years. So clearly, this must be the better store of value.
Yeah, he's fucking with everyone.
Oh yeah,
Peter Schiff is not dumb. He's one of the smartest motherfuckers out there.
He's absolutely hilarious.
Yeah, he's really funny, and he also has his own agenda, like everybody else.
Like he has done a bunch of podcasts with crypto people, and they're all absolutely hilarious.
But that's why he goes there to bring like people into like gold, because everyone hates him. So everyone's gonna watch it to fucking tell him off. Like, it's genius. If you want to put up with that bullshit, it's pretty genius. But fucking Peter Schiff.
And on the weekly right now, we have a higher low from all of these lows here, but the momentum made a lower low than all of these lows here, giving us hidden bullish divergence possible on the weekly. The way to confirm this hidden bullish divergence is not really that useful because we'd have to close over our all-time highs, but or previous all-time highs. So you get a close over $108,287. That hidden bullish divergence will confirm, and that would be on a weekly level. And that divergence very, very likely takes us towards somewhere around mid 130s, which would also be the result of that 5-day setup playing out. So now you have two different setups from that work completely different ways that are giving you the same target. Whereas momentum is coming from 6%. So if volatility. So if volatility starts flipping up from 6% on the weekly, also very likely we go towards that 130s. The jewel is currently flipped to the downside, deviating the critical zone and giving us a God mode sell signal. We did end up getting about from $109,000 to $99,000, a $10,000 move down. Although $10,000 seems like a lot when you're dealing with big numbers like this, it's not really that much. But it is a pretty decent move to the downside we've gotten. So it's possible it's played out. But as long as we are rejecting this median, not played out, and we likely go lower towards somewhere around 95, maybe 90s, $98,000, then it'll very likely be played out. And we likely get a very strong bounce from there towards likely over our previous all-time or current all-time highs. We get a close over those all-time highs, then that 5-day setup is going to play out, and we go towards 130s. And it would make a whole bunch of sense right now to see a nice little dumpski on the inauguration, because people think we're going to pump once Trump takes office. Usually when most people are on one side of the trade, it doesn't play out.
Yeah, it was just like when he was announcing that the Bitcoin reserve was happening. And you're going to love your Bitcoins, when he made that famous speech. You're going to have fun with your Bitcoins. You're going to have so much fun. And everybody was like, it's going to go to all time. And it just fucking went down. That's when it went down to either 52 or 49,500.
49, yeah. It was a rejection of $70,000 and a very sharp rejection of $70,000.
Yep. So I would be expecting kind of like the same right now, right?
Yeah, and I would love to see it happen fast, dude. Just a quick little swipe to $97,000. I'm a eat up those liquidation points at that point, massively bid there, and ride it all the way up to 130s.
Fucking beautiful.
And that's a pretty nice size fucking move. That's like almost 40%. and you add 10x leverage to that, that's 400%. How many of those 400% trades do you need to make a year? Probably one.
I just need one.
It's like a heroin addict scratching. It's like, I just need one more, bro. I just need one more.
Just need one of these fucking trades, man. I need a 4x, man. Come on, man.
Remember, we're all just one trade away from being poor or rich.
Still, my favorite meme of all time is the one with the guy from Spider-Man and the girl, Kristen Dunst. He's not poor. He's just completely allocated. He's fully allocated.
My other favorite one is, he's not poor. Q1 is just really bullish.
Yeah.
On the 5-day, momentum is starting to flip back up, while volatility is coming to very low levels, coming at right now 12%. This usually is a setup for hitting the median, which we've already hit. We're currently over it by a couple hundred, $400, not really that much. Oh no, $3,000. My bad, I'm retarded. The median sits at $103,000, and we're currently at $106,500. So if we do close over this median, volatility is going to start flipping up to support that. Jewel is already starting to flip back around right underneath the bullish control zone. So we flip around here, it would be a rejection of getting out of the bullish control zone. The pink would reject going under the yellow, and then we would get the opposite move of what would happen if that did happen, which would be to the downside. We get a nice little pump to the upside. That would take us to the top 38.2%, which is right now what I think is going to be a very significant level, somewhere around $117,000. Let's see if this has any confluence with this number here. Yep, right around our
Give me 1 second. I got some for you.
Mm-hmm.
Here we go.
Oh, God Emperor is taking office.
Knees at Valley Forge, recalling
Here we go.
Abraham Lincoln at his second inaugural.
It was a buckle
With malice toward none, with
Yes.
charity
Now,
for
women
all, with
don't have a
firmness in the
voice
right as God
and
gives
should make
us
me a
to see
sandwich.
the right.
No rights.
Remembering General George Patton's
Can you hear me?
instructions to his
Yes.
soldiers as
Yeah.
they began the Battle of the Bulge 8 decades ago. Pray when fighting, pray alone, pray
Well, I
with
think
others,
we should
pray
just
by
wait
night,
until
pray by
they
day.
swear him in.
Yeah, it's
I'll
going to be
keep
around
it
6
the
minutes.
birthday
It's going to be
of
about
Yeah,
6
6 more
minutes.
minutes.
Martin Luther King, who warned
1
without
second. I'll drop you back in. There you go.
Let me switch back to my trading view chart. Okay. So that target of the 161.8%, right around this 38.2% on the HPDR, and just slightly below our quarterly median of $118,000. It's only $200 below that number right now. So this very significant level. Quarterly median is just like how on previously when we hit our all-time high at $108,000, that was the monthly median, and then we got a very, very nice pullback from there. That's going to be a very pretty easy level to short. You could probably blindly short that and immediately be in profit, move your stop loss to break even, and likely plays out at least 5% move to the downside. Where if you're using 10x leverage, you'd get 50% on that. Take your 50%, run to the bank, and you'd probably get that in like maybe a day or two. Fastest 50% you'll ever make on something with pretty high probabilities to play out. Like Trump coin yesterday, fastest 40% of my life, less than 10 minutes.
Yeah,
That was
literally.
dude, it moves like a mother. I can't imagine. I'm actually going to look it up right now. I'm going to see Trump coin. What's it doing? I can't imagine.
It's at $49 right now. I have it on my watch list.
Oh, you fucking degenerate.
I couldn't not add it.
Incredible.
On the 2-day, momentum is now starting to shift back down again. We're still over the moving average, so it's not confirmed contraction as of this point, but it is looking like it will happen. And volatility is coming to very low levels, sitting at 12.8%. While we didn't even get to the top 38.2%, kind of front ran it a little bit, which is $111,584. As long as that's happening, likely we come back down to retest this bottom 38.2%, which is a number I really like to see because it fits my bias. It's at $98,500.
It's such
if it doesn't fit your bias, just change the time frame. Eventually, you'll find one that agrees with you.
Maybe.
Yeah, and unless you're bullish on ETH BTC, then good luck finding one that agrees with you.
Exactly.
On the daily, we're getting a rejection of the 78.6%, while momentum is getting to not even close to topping out yet, sitting at 69%. Volatility is also at 69%. The jewel is now just about to pretty close into entering the critical zone. So what we want to see ideally is we want to see a close over the 78.6%, which is about $109,800. Doesn't really help you that much because that would be closing over our current all-time highs, but that would activate the leg up to $117,000, $118,000. Tap that quarterly median. Very likely get at least a 5% pullback from there, and then from there probably going into somewhere around 130s with that 5-year setup. It's very it removes most of the stress and the guesswork out of it whenever you have one of those setups with the probabilities like that 5-day setup. Like when it was firing off back around November, you could have put a stop loss to where you had a 10% loss, and you still would have been able to take that with comfort because you knew probabilities are 85% in your favor. If you don't have those probabilities, it's much more nerve-wracking to ride something like that. You'll be more inclined to take profit much earlier. On the 4-hour, though, right now we're starting to get momentum flipping back up, just about to re-enter into the critical zone. Volatility slipping back up. What we want to see right now is get a close over this 38.2%, which is at $106,204. If we get that, then very likely we get another retest of our all-time highs around $109,000. And if we get a close over those all-time highs, then we likely go somewhere around 115 to 118. Shift to the RSI. In corporate speak, let's shift gears a little bit.
That's mostly lawyers. Lawyers are the ones. Let me shift gears and go into the 226.1, which is where the guy actually said in his deposition, you're like, dude, just fucking tell me that. Let's talk about that. I need to switch gears of anything. Like, take it easy. Take it easy.
They purposefully make their speech the most obtuse as possible.
Well, yeah, because if you realize that these people have all the contracts already done and that they're not doing anything groundbreaking except just copying text that already exists into your document, you would feel like you're overpaying for $600 an hour.
Yeah, absolutely fucking insane. Back when I was still running that daycare, we got a lawsuit from a much bigger daycare company that had a similar name to us and had to fight it. So ended up hiring a copyright attorney. Yeah. Motherfucker charged $450 an hour to talk on the phone.
Yeah. And by the way, when they traveled too, because I had a construction one that was going from LA to San Diego and San Diego to LA for whatever reason, his drive from San Diego to LA, he charged me. When I called him on that drive, he double charged me. So he charged me for the time that he was going, and he also charged me for the time on the phone. And then I confronted him and was like, did you not receive any other phone calls on your way from San Diego to LA? And he goes, of course I did. I was like, did you charge him? He goes, of course I did. I was like, how many hours can you sell that are parallel at the same time, dude? I fucking hate lawyers with a passion.
Yeah, it's absolutely crazy. And then he drafted up an email to send them to settle. And how much time could that email have taken to write?
15
minutes, 20 minutes, charged me for an hour and a half.
Of course. He had to double read it. And also Susie, the assistant with the big tits.
Ended up paying this dude like $13,000.
Oh, they're the worst.
God, I fucking hate lawyers. Then on the quarterly, we still have that 3 drives of hidden bullish divergence. Now we can actually talk about it, unlike the XRP where I pulled up the wrong chart. The three drives of hidden bullish divergence. Previously, the target was at $160,000. I was thinking it was going to go down. Actually went up, which is kind of bullish. And now the number is at 169,138. Very nice number. Very beautiful number. I've seen a lot of beautiful numbers, one of the most beautiful numbers I've ever seen. What I would love to see is we kind of swipe these a little bit, go to 169,420, and that'll be the most epic cycle top ever. Just cut it off there. No more buying. Everyone just stop buying. Just let it end there. And then
they should just freeze they should just freeze the Bitcoin network at that exact moment.
Yeah, don't let anyone buy anymore.
Here we go.
It's like whenever on solomondrin.com, whenever I hit 69,420 peanuts points, I post saying, please don't like my shit anymore.
Here's Trump.
Switch back.
States
the office of President of the United States
and will, to the best of my ability,
Just real quick.
and will, to the best of my ability,
preserve,
Think.
protect, and defend
I think on this one we got to do
protect
this.
and defend
Watching
the
Trump right
Constitution
now.
of the United States.
the Constitution of the United States.
So help me God.
The greatest constitution.
Congratulations, Mr. President.
I love it.
We got a new president now.
Yeah, wow.
He doesn't know what's going on. Oh, we're firing these at people in Hamas, in Palestine, or is that local?
Yes. It's firing at the local homeless shelter.
it's firing at Mexico.
Trump coin to me looks like it. It's on the
Fuck,
book.
I'm in Mexico right now.
That's it.
Next thing you know,
look at
my-
Melania looking good.
Next thing you know, my signal just cuts out.
All right, we did it. We did it, boys. Get him back.
We've done it. We've taken.
All right, we did it.
We've implemented oligarchy.
Bye. Oh my God, Melania just walked up to Biden and Kamala and was just like, "Thank you," and stay the fuck away. Didn't touch him, and Barron just went and shook their hand.
I love how it wasn't an oligarchy when George Soros was running things.
Oh no, it's different. It's different, dude. Trust me. I know about oligarchs.
I know all about oligarchs. The oligarchs are my best friends.
That Barron kid is fucking humongous.
Oh yeah, he's like 7 foot tall.
Unbelievable.
He's probably the main reason why Trump won re-election.
Yeah, probably.
Well, that and why he sold the meme coin.
Yeah,
Sorry,
Barron's got his finger on the pulse of the youth.
that he does.
Liquidate them, father. Liquidate them.
Leave the liberals to me, fathers.
Liquidate the poor.
On the 2-week RSI right now on Bitcoin, we have possible hidden bullish divergence. It will be confirmed if we close over same level, that previous all-time high or current all-time high, around $109,000. Actually, it'll be confirmed a little bit lower, actually. This one here, 106,306. So we get a 2-week close over that level. It will confirm the hidden bullish divergence. From there, we can target the critical zone. Oh, wow, what a beautiful area, $160,422. Here's where you say, calm down, George.
Oh, I know what to give you for your birthday. It's just going to be a fake price of Bitcoin at that area.
This is just a little metal coin, one of those Bitcoin tokens. On the front, it'll say $160,000, $169,000.
I'll say this out loud. Hang on a second. I'm sorry, just because Alex is messaging
No
me, and also you. If there's a huge dump on Trump coin, I'm buying.
Oh,
But
very
only
likely
there's a
I will
huge
too.
dump.
I want to see like a 50 to 60% move in minutes.
Yeah, it has to be something like that. I'll buy.
Hey, we're getting the follow through on Bitcoin. That's going down.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think
Let's see. Fingers crossed.
it's going to be a very telling day because we've
I'm
never
going
had
to be bidding.
like this involving
Yeah.
so much.
I'm going to be bidding in the 90s. Just to let you fellas know. 3-day still has that hidden bullish divergence active, and it's going to be active as long as we're closing 3-day candles over $89,224. So even if we get a correction towards the low to mid 90s, it's not going to invalidate this divergence. And the targets are still going to be the bullish control zone and the critical zone. Bullish control zone sits at 113,384. Critical zone, oh God, this number is probably going to change. But right now it's at $176,000.
Damn.
Keep in mind, still not enough to buy a Lucid Air Sapphire. 2-day has many drives of hidden bullish divergence confirmed, but it's pretty fucking crazy how it's $250,000 and they still lose 6 figures on it. But anyways, getting back to Bitcoin.
Anyways, the charts.
We have multiple drives of hidden bullish divergence on the 2-day. Volatility is expanding from about 10%, giving you a 2-day volatility setup. And this is similar to the 5-day setup. We have an 85% chance of the move in direction of stochastic momentum, but you get less of a move. It's somewhere around 20 to 25%. So we started firing off around like, oh, fuck you. I hate it when people call me on the phone. Send me a text. Started firing off right over here at around $99,999. So basically $100,000. So that's very easy to apply a 20 to 25% move. That takes you to around $120,000 to $125,000. That happens. The 5-day setup starts firing off because what usually happens is the 2-day setup bleeds into the 5-day setup, which bleeds into the weekly setup. And that takes us somewhere around, depending on where the 5-day setup fires off, because it still has not fired off, maybe higher than 130, maybe 140s. Because right now we're just guessing on that 5-day target because we don't have volatility expansion yet. Where we can apply that actual target is when we start getting volatility expansion, and whatever price we're at that point is that's where you apply the 30 to 35%. But we can apply the 20 to 25% now from 100,000, which takes us to 120, 125. Imagine if the 5-day setup starts firing off at 118. 30 to 35% is from 118 is close to 150s, I think. I can't do the math, so somebody figure it out for me.
No, yeah, because you add to $100,000 30 grand, and you're at what you said, 100 and what? 118?
Yeah.
So 118 plus 30, it's almost 42% around.
And if anyone's wondering why I can't do the simple math, hey, I failed calculus. So,
well, by the way, I'm also terrible at math. There's something in my brain that allows me to calculate in very simple ways, simple things. Like if you ask me for exact numbers, I won't give them to you, but I can do a really good ballpark real quick. I don't know why.
Yeah, I could do ballparks. I just can't do the exact numbers.
Oh, yeah, me either. Get the fuck out of here. I'm not a human calculator. I'm not Asian.
Yeah, I was about to say I'm not Chinese. Or Indian.
Those guys can do the more advanced calculator without having it.
You know those little plastic things called an abacus?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
The Chinese people can do them in the air with no abacus. They do an air abacus.
I've seen them. Yeah, I've seen
Absolutely
that. That's how they count
crazy.
when they go into these tournaments, and you see them go.
While our people are doing dances on TikTok. Which one again is the superior economy?
Yeah.
The daily has confirmed a bearish divergence. Arguable that it has played out because we have tapped the simple moving average and we have come all the way down to the 9 EMA. The way to invalidate this bearish divergence is we'd have to make a local bottom, and that would be to close over right now 106,306, which would also confirm 2-week hidden bullish divergence and take us up towards that quarterly median of $118,000. If we continue down, though, the way to confirm the move to the downside is we'd have to close below 99,555. Basically lose $100,000 on a daily close. If we lose that, then we very likely go down towards the middle of the RSI. Right now, the middle of the RSI sits at about 102,000. No, that's not going to hit because that's clearly going to be lower than $99,000. So the next level is going to be the bearish control zone. And this number is going to change. I'd like to see it move up. If it moves down, that's not good at all. That's no bueno, very bad. Right now, that number sits at around 94,315. I'd like to see it move up by around $2,000 or $3,000, somewhere around $96,000, $97,000. But that's more possible right now since we have not made a local bottom than it is to go up. The way to confirm once again that move to the upside is if we close over 106,306, make a local bottom. That would also confirm 2-week hidden bullish divergence, take us to 118s, close over the 118s. Once we get to the 118s, 5-day setup is likely going to be firing off. Probably takes us to somewhere around 135, maybe higher than that, depending on where the 5-day setup fires off. And the daily is now getting a little high on volatility, right? 82%, moving average is 67%. Can go a little bit higher. Likely to, if this move does take us towards 118, we very likely get a correction from there because volatilities can have been topped out on daily. It's not going to be that significant of a correction though, maybe around 5% down, all the way down to possibly 10% down. But it's going to be likely one of those things that gets you a quick sweep down, like quick Nagasaki setup down, and then consolidation for a couple of days, and then maybe a retest of the lows, and then you probably 5-day setup continues to play out towards the 130s. Similar thing happened whenever we hit around $100,000 the first time around. We got a rejection consolidation for a couple of days. Then we got a nice move up to 108,000 within, I believe, a day or two.
Very nice, sir.
4 hour and has multiple drives of bearish divergence confirmed. To invalidate this bearish divergence is what level? You'd have to close it for all-time highs, which is right now $109,000. And to confirm the move to the downside or continuation of this bearish divergence, you have to close below $99,500. The next level on that bearish divergence is going to be the bearish control zone with expanding. Right now we have expanding volatility along with that bearish divergence. And we see a very nice number because it fits my bias of $96,905.
This is the most honest analysis anyone has ever done with TA.
I like it because it fits my bias.
Yeah, period. Fuck it.
I'm not going to bullshit you and be like, oh, you see this and this and this? That's why it'll go up.
This is just straight up what I think.
On my plan B arc. Plan F.
I almost fucking spat my coffee on the computer. I would have to charge you for this one.
I'm gonna start selling hats that say Plan F.
That's pretty good.
Quarterly, we still have volatility expanding from the lowest levels we've ever been at. Momentum is breaking into the critical zone, and we're pointed up as long as we're above $60,600. Pretty safe to say that's going to be safe. And the way to we already have the pivot, so I don't need that. Monthly is now pointed pretty strongly to the upside. We're bouncing right at the critical zone. Volatility is once again starting to expand. The last time we started expanding on volatility was off of the back of our previous Hamas setup back in September, October of 2024. Or was it? No, 2023, my bad. And we're getting that similar setup right now. But the difference is, though, that we got that Hamas setup back when price was... Actually, no, never mind. It was also at a bounce of the critical zone. Interesting. We're getting the bounce of the critical zone and volatility flipping up from basically the exact same level as that Hamas setup in October of 2023. We did how much of a move from that? Let's see. $177%. So we did 177%. We're getting the exact same setup now. 60% to the upside is not too crazy. That's like less than half of the move that we did on the previous Hamas setup.
Yeah.
2 week is now still to the downside. Volatility is still contracting, though. We're still below the moving average, and we're going to be pointed down as long as we're below $106,000. Do you remember that number to confirm that 2 week hidden bullish divergence? $106,000.
Mm-hmm. Whoa.
So I love it whenever these numbers line up like that. It gives you the perfect confluence because this is also a 2 week chart.
Yeah.
So that number to confirm the hidden bullish divergence would be the same number that would keep momentum to the upside. And whenever momentum flips back up from going down within the critical zone, you usually get a pretty nice size move. Like an example is right here. Momentum started flipping down whenever we hit about $48,000. We got a $10,000 dump. Momentum started flipping back up. We went from $48,000 to $73,000. It's a very similar move from there. Weekly volatility is contracting pretty heavily. We went up to somewhere around like 80, mid 80s. Now we're sitting at 39% on our volatility. Momentum is starting to flip back up right at the edge of the critical zone. And we're going to flip up as long as we're above $101,700. 5 days now at 2 periods of 0%. Pretty close to firing off that 5-day setup. Right now we're at 4.76%. We got all the way up to 10% on that move to $109,000. I believe it was yesterday. Pretty close to firing off. And then when we started pulling back, volatility started contracting, which is exactly what the bulls want to see, because if the volatility kept expanding whenever the price went down, that would be bearish. But now, since we contracted, that's actually quite bullish. And whenever we get back above this 15%, since we went below it, we'd have an 85% chance of a 30 to 35% move in the direction of stochastic momentum. Right now, momentum is pointed up, maintaining the bullish control zone as long as we're closing above $103,100. So right now, the odds are in the bull's favor. So if the volatility does start expanding from here, very likely the move is to the upside. And this is one of those beautiful setups, the most beautiful setups you've ever seen, that gives you the probabilities of 85%. You'd have to be quite the degenerate gambler to bet against 85%. 2 days
Or
already
more.
firing up. Oh yeah, both.
Yeah, you can't be both. They're not mutually exclusive from each other.
Crown would call them lobotomized. On the 2 day, we're already getting that setup firing off. We went below 15%. We're expanding above it. We're at 40% now. Momentum is rejecting getting into the bearish control zone. We're getting the derp of life, and we're pointed up as long as we're above $93,450, $93,500. So if you were to, we already did that. That would put us around $120,000, $125,000. Daily is also giving us a setup where we briefly went below the 15%, started expanding from there. I'm not sure what the stats are for the daily setup, so I'm not going to bullshit you and make them up. But we do have a daily setup firing off. We're sitting at somewhere around 82% on volatility. Moving average is 67%. We're breaking into the critical zone, and we will flip up as long as we're closing over $104,000. So we're dancing on the edge right now. If this daily does flip down, that's where that move is activated towards 95, 96, maybe $97,000. I personally would like to see that happen, though. I'd like to see a quick move to the downside to the low to mid 90s. I'm only saying that because I'm sidelined right now and I want to get back in. So I'd like to see that happen. 4 hour just kind of tap that 15%, one of those tap and go setups. We just tapped 15% and started expanding from there. We're currently flipped to the downside. Not really. We're dancing on the edge. We'll flip back up as long as we close over $104,400. We're like $100 above that right now. It's dancing on the edge. To get a little bit more of a confluence or bias, a little bit more degenerate time frames, 2 hours sitting at many periods of 100% volatility. So we're going to have to get volatility contraction from there. And since we got volatility expansion on the move to the upside, the mean reversion is going to be to the downside. We're rejecting the critical zone and we're pointed down as long as we're below $105,800, which also plays into, it also plays into the idea of the pullback. So every single time frame right now on Bitcoin is extremely bullish except for the lower ones. And the only time frames that I can really find that are bearish, kind of not even bearish, just slightly bearish, would be like the 4 hour and the 2 hour. And we do have some bearish divergences that are confirmed on the, I believe it was the 2 day and the 3 day. So that would take us down if this 4 hour and 2 hour momentum does remain to the downside, somewhere around that bottom 38.2% level, which is around $95,000, $96,000. That would be and it also goes along with Trump just being inaugurated, everyone thinking that everything's going to go straight up after he becomes president because he's the quote unquote crypto president. Would be very Bitcoin-like to fuck all of those people, take their stops around $98,000, $99,000 and go down to 96, 97, and then get a strong bounce from there to the quarterly median around 118,000. 5 day setup plays out, takes us to 130, 135. Maybe a weekly setup plays out, taking us to that quarterly hidden bullish average target of 169,000, and that would be the most epic top of all time, just like our 2021 top of 69,420.
That would be pretty fucking dope. I gotta say, thank you for that, and thank you for reminding me that everything is gonna go down with Trump taking office. Because I was bragging about my fucking NFT. Oh, I sold it. I doubled my money. This is fucking great. I had my money on Solana. You know what I did? I check chart. I look at what's going on, and I say, fuck that. USDT 254, and now it's at 247. So thank you, sir. Thank you, good sir. Now I'm safe. I'm ready to get back in the market whenever it's the right time. Let me tell you that.
I love that.
We'll be doing it.
That's
Alex,
what I
we're
did
ready
yesterday.
for.
I got filled at 101, and then we got a nice rejection of 109. And I was like, fuck that, I'm selling.
Oh, fuck yeah. Oh, fuck yeah.
Nice. Yeah, that was a good analysis, Farn. Totally agree with you on the whole. Everyone's uber bullish right now because Donald Trump is now the president. I think, just like I was saying before, this is like the first time we've had a president so intertwined in like the crypto space, even having his own coin. So I think now it's a time to just, if you're not in a trade, to just be very cautious at this point. Today, Bitcoin did run up, made a new all-time high right before Trump was inaugurated. Now he's in and we're starting to get a pullback. So for me now, it's really simple. I really want to gauge simply if bulls are going to defend the $99,300 zone. That for me is going to be a big spot on all time frames, even like the daily. It's going to be crucial that we essentially hold that. If we start losing that, then for me, it'll really question if we're actually potentially going to retest that low 95,700 zone, the same spot that Farhan was mentioning, where he actually wants to potentially start bidding on Bitcoin. That to me would kind of be a big spot before potentially breaking down further if let's say bulls don't hold this zone. I want to go back to the weekly here and shift back to the last cycle. When you get these higher highs, we really want to see how sustainable they're going to be. Yes, Bitcoin today did that. It took out all the stops, all the shorts that were shorting into this, are basically out. We have a higher high, so the trend is still up. But something just to note here is before we had that major dump down, we actually had that same thing on a weekly candle where, we formed a high, everyone got bearish. We then started to come back down. The weekly 9 held. We pushed up, formed another high, and then at this point, we started to really lose the level. Our first cautionary point would be to watch for that weekly 9. Once we lost that, we put in that weekly lower high before dumping. So it's not out of Bitcoin's nature to make a high before potentially going down. Before we entered the bear market, we saw that. We made a massive, evening star here on a weekly. I'm sure a lot of people got bearish at this point. We then slowly trekked up, broke that last high that everyone had their stops at when they were short, wicked up, and then you can just see that really wasn't sustainable into the next week. And so why I'm bringing this up is because we're at a very crucial spot for the markets. Everyone is quite euphoric. Everyone is happy. Bitcoin is at $105,000. But now in these times when we get kind of like, because the narrative has been for crypto lately, Trump, right? The Trump coin, Trump becoming president. Now I do think we need to just gauge that and really watch and see how markets digest that moving forward. So Bitcoin is very bullish to me, though. I mean, we finally did break, that all-time high. That was a pretty massive zone. And so now we really want to gauge where is this weekly, if we get it at all, this weekly higher low going to be. As long as we don't break the, low that we essentially had where Bitcoin went all the way back down to 89,200. Anywhere around this zone can be looked at as a potential higher low opportunity on the weekly. Assuming, right, that 99,300 doesn't hold. You can just see really clearly on the weekly, we broke out. We were in this range that we talked about. Support right now is 95,700 and resistance is at 99,300. Depending on what exchange, this one is on Binance. If you look at the index, it goes up slightly, where resistance is at 99,600. But essentially what we had was a very nice weekly reclaim to even a back test, right? We had a price throwback yesterday. This kind of got everyone, at least shaken out who were essentially, were long from this essential retest or breakout. We broke out, didn't retest it here, came up. I'm sure all the long stops, people who were in nice profit, essentially round trip. We didn't full on hit my support zone on the Binance chart, but right on the index, we actually did. Formed a nice bottom here. And then we see today, we've had a very nice move up. Often when you're getting these big volatility setups like the 5-day, and remember, you only get around 3 of these a year. So it's pretty massive that we're getting one, this early on into 2025. Because right, as Farhan mentioned, they produce 30 to 35% moves. So it's a very massive trade. Even catching 20% of that could be life-changing money. You often get major volatility before the actual expansion. And we always see this. We always see big moves up, big crashes down, before the inevitable, the big breakout or right, the breakdown. But in this case, each 5-day has been firing us up to the upside. But whenever you get these like really, high volatility times that we know a big setup theoretically is brewing, you're going to get a lot of chop because the market doesn't want any of us to catch, the long or the short. I think it's wise to gauge where this 5-day closes as well today. Because, just like today is going to be an interesting day to see how the markets digest, Trump becoming president. We also have a 5-day closure today. Seeing wherever BBWP goes into next closure is going to be really important in my opinion, because we could theoretically start seeing this expand and actually break out soon, if not into next closure. We see the EMA 9 perfectly got reclaimed on the 5-day. We talked about the scenario of that 5-day EMA 9 getting retested. It did. And now we have the expansion. As long as Bitcoin's above 99,300 and 99,600, depending on what exchange you look at, to me, it is going to be in bullish posturing. And if we get any kind of consolidation above that, really simply, that's just going to be bullish consolidation. If we start losing that 99,300 and 99,600, depending on where this 5-day EMA 9 goes, could actually, put us back into this range. We could lose the 5-day EMA 9, which is essentially you're gonna want to start having this hold as support as this 5-day BBWP expands, just like what we've seen. If we start losing that, it's going to be, in my opinion, at least just like a cause of concern. We'll also then have lost the daily 9, something that has been holding us now for 2, 4, 5, 6 days. We're on the 6th day. And then, we would have more of a chance then of retesting, in my opinion, back down closer to wherever that daily EMA 100 is. On this chart here, we have almost like a mid-range drawn before we actually go back to the low 89s, which is right around 95,600. That to me is going to be kind of like the last stand. If we can't hold that, then it's going to really greatly increase the chances of us actually retesting this daily EMA 100 on Bitcoin. Go here. Now, something to note here on this Binance chart is we are getting a 5-day closure. We know we have a 5-day setup brewing. We actually are today potentially going to reclaim the median. We see that median has shifted all the way down. This is what we wanted into that new 5-day closure, which is, occurred 5 days ago because we're closing this one today, is the shift down. Price is now healthily above it. Really seeing wherever this moves into next closure, ideally if price still stays above it, this is just going to play into my idea that, as long as 99,300 doesn't hold, any kind of consolidation above that is going to look bullish to me before ultimately leading to, that 112,600 mark, the top of the 38.2%. So would it surprise me after we just formed another higher high on the 5-day to get some kind of pullback and actually retest the 5-day median? No, that really wouldn't surprise me, especially since we see this would be the first time we're reclaiming it since, we lost it here. Let me see here. Right here back in December, we essentially lost on the 5-day. And then we just stayed, under it this whole time. So, if we reclaim this, a retest would not surprise me. You can see here, once the 5-day actually busted above that 5-day median right here, we moved up a little bit, and then we aggressively came down, retested the 5-day median. And then this is where the 5-day BBWP really started to expand. So that's why I always say, there's really no need to have FOMO. If you're still sidelined, you're really just going to be gauging where the next higher low is on more of like the 5-day and the weekly. I do think that'll, come close to wherever, this median is, which right now is at that psychological number at 100,040. So it all is just kind of making sense. As long as Bitcoin stays above 100K, it is going to be in bullish posturing. And then whenever this 5-day really does start to expand, assuming that we are above the median, this will give us, at minimum, the next target at the top of the 38.2%. You can see here, then we'll be testing the 5-day blue zone. Again, another criteria when we really started to see that 5-day BBWP fire off. It was, when we got back above the median here, retested it, we started to move up. And then right in this zone, right above the median, we actually lost the blue zone. And this is really what made us move from 69,000 all the way up to where we're at now. So, we'll be actually, you were going to say something?
I was going to ask you, because not all of these, just to clarify to anyone that's watching, not all of these volatility setups that go from zero, like above 15% and all of that, like all of these Hamas setups can easily be a negative one. And all the setups we've seen so far have been to the upside on Bitcoin, right?
Yeah, this cycle.
Yeah. Just wanted to leave that so that whenever we're seeing another setup, it's not just like automatically going up for anyone who's watching like for the first few times.
Yeah, absolutely. The narrative has been that, anytime you get a 5-day volatility setup, it has just expanded us, brought us up. You then get the consolidation, go down, gives us another one, you go up. Here it becomes a little more trickier because you started to expand and then you really started to move down. But then that just ultimately led to bullish posturing before we actually had the big breakout. But these absolutely can occur to the downside. And that's why, you'll often hear us talk about BBWP setups on all time frames. The one that I really like, though, are the 5 days, the 2 days, and like a weekly or 2 week, because those are what produce pretty, on average, good moves that have been back tested for the full length of Bitcoin's history. And that's why we often do just see around 3 a year. And when, like Farhan said, when you're positioning and you can have, your stop might be a little wider, but you at least can have an edge that, well, at least statistically, this should be in my favor, then it can make holding positions easier. But no, these absolutely can fire to the downside. Absolutely. We haven't seen it in a while do that, but they absolutely can. Right. And it just plays into if this 5-day really can't reclaim the median, and then we really start losing 99,000 right here, 99,300. We come all the way back down right at the bottom of support that has been holding nicely on the 5-day represented here. Start losing that, and then the 5-day starts expanding. It's really going to start looking like Bitcoin has, at least for the moment, put in some kind of top on Trump's inauguration, which really wouldn't be the most craziest thing in crypto world. Just like Alejandro mentioned, when he did go to the conference, Bitcoin conference or crypto conference, we did end up going from 70s all the way to 69,000. Or no, 49,000. Yeah, my apologies. 70,000 all the way to 49,000 here. Pretty fast too. So, it wouldn't be the most crazy. That's why I started this analysis by just telling everyone just to be cautious. There's no reason to FOMO if you're not positioned. If you're already in longs, you just really want to watch and engage with this 5-day closure coming up, and really look to see that 99,300 as just an opportunity, bullish above it if we just consolidate and kind of stay around here for a while. But we should know that, there is going to be a move here soon as represented on the 5-day. And then going to the 2-day here, I like the way the 2-day is looking, because we see on the 2-day, we came all the way up. We almost tested the 38.2%. Again, right at that $111,000 mark, similar to that 5-day level. That's why I do believe, not the 5-day, was on this chart here. On Binance chart, it's very similar to that top of the 38.2%. So I do think right at 11,500 to 112,000 should be looked at closely. But we rallied up to that, slightly breaking above, and then harsh rejection. Today also we're getting a 2-day close. So again, just seeing where all these close today is going to be, important. That's more data. It's going to shift the median. We want to really see where this closes. We came all the way down, bounced perfectly from the 99,300. Ideally, you're going to just want to see bulls close above 104,500. That then can just solidify that we're healthily above the median. Closing above this closing high here, and then we can really start looking at, again, testing potentially, the top of this wick. So the 2-day expanding in BBWP makes me excited for bulls, because if this is expanding and we're still above the median and we're still above 99,300, just, bullish posturing with that higher high now, it really just greatly increases the chances, in my opinion, of the 5-day expanding in favor of bulls. Remember, volatility is direction neutral, so we'll really have to gather and put all the things together to see, if it's bullish or bearish. And that's why I always say I always like the, stochastic momentum pivots that Farhan has, that he mentions sometimes, because that at least can help us gauge, if the 5-day is bullish or bearish in times like this.
It's 106, by the way.
Is it? Oh, so it is at this point bearish. We'll have to see then where that moves.
Mm-hmm.
It going back down under price would be really good. It going to like 107, 108 could play into the bear thesis where, Trump's now inaugurated the Trump pump. Everyone is on the camp that it's just going to keep going up and up from here. A more Bitcoin thing for me would be to make a new high, just like we've seen in the past on the weekly, and then into next week or maybe into February, we really start seeing some nasty downside moves. Again, just my opinion, speculation on just kind of the environment we're in, but nothing on the charts really telling me that. That's why it's going to be important to see where we get these closings today, and then preferably the new weekly candle into next week. So that's Bitcoin. Quickly, I'll go to Tether dominance. Let's go here to the 5-day since that is closing. And so the 5-day again is going to be interesting to me. We've talked pretty heavily about this 3.79%. You can see we went all the way down to that point and got a bounce. Now it's going to be really crucial for bulls to essentially close back above the 38.2%. That is sitting right at 3.94%. We are just kind of dancing on it now. So again, it's just going to be really crucial for bulls, for Bitcoin to kind of step in, and for bears on Tether to really step in and not get us back above 4%, right? Because if we get a 5-day closure back above the 4% level, then that really could open up the chances of the next 5-day candle coming back up and retesting at least the EMA 9 on the 5-day, if not the median. And that's why today's close is going to be key to see where all these move up. Still, though, Tether dominance is still looking very bearish to me. And we still see on the 5-day we are producing a setup that is just brewing there. The 5-day median being heavily above price now gives us the bias that, yeah, this is bearish. So we'll have to really see if we reclaim the 38.2%, or if this shifts down, or if this starts shifting up, the median shifts up, we lose it, and then price even loses the 4%. Could just play into us getting more data for if Bitcoin's really going to continue here or consolidate. 2-day as well is closing today. You see the median, we are slightly above it now. It's going to be important to see where this actually goes. Bulls are trying to get us back above 4%. That way, then they can actually make the argument of this being a quick reclaim. We know that Tether likes to be above 4% before getting those big moves up. Why it's going to be an interesting point today to see if it actually closes above 4% or it rejects right around here, losing or closing again under that 2-day median. Reclaiming the 2-day median while reclaiming the 4% level really has to make us, wonder if, maybe Farn's pullback scenario to 95.5 will play out and this 99,300 level won't hold. It's going to be quite crucial today for bulls and bears across crypto, which makes sense considering Trump just got inaugurated today. Let me turn this off. It can be kind of
coin is about to put a new low in any millisecond.
I just gave a short on the
back to the 9 EMA to 200 SMA on the 15, maybe.
So yeah, I do think that it's going to go back to 30s, $32. Again, implications, right? Just kind of shows the environment of crypto that we're in. This actually pertains to my Bitcoin analysis of us being cautious around here. What would be terrible is if Trump becomes president, we're all on the camp, yes, this is it, we're about to go to the moon, and this just marks some kind of major top on Bitcoin as a whole. That's why, seeing his coin dump this much, which just in this hour, it's taken a 27% move down now. It's pretty brutal. Curious, real fast. I'm just gonna go to the 20-minute, see if the short filled. Not really. We were hoping it would have here, and that's trading. But that's actually crazy to me. I kind of wish I live traded this because that would have been extremely easy.
Yeah, and volatility supporting the move towards the downside. By the way, there's still plenty of room on the 15-minute too. That's the one I'm using for the most part, and then I go into the 3.
Yeah, so how I was gauging this when we were up here was I was looking at the 20-minute. I saw the 20-minute had a silver cross to the downside. An interesting point. I also saw there's only a few volatility setups that have been kind of occurring, since yesterday. That now we're getting another one. But then
I'm sorry to interrupt you for a second. Let me just pop in for 1 second and say the speech ended, the inauguration ended with no mention of crypto, and we're getting that nice little dumpski now. All right, continue.
Oh, so that's why, because he just didn't say, guys, this is all about Bitcoin. My presidency is all about Bitcoin. So people are like, oh, no, it's all fucked. Got it.
Yep. I love this reaction.
Incredible.
Yeah.
This is really
Fill my bids. Fill my bids.
Yeah. It most likely will, especially when I see Trump coin doing this. Lastly, though, for my bias on just Trump coin going down, breaking down, was that the hourly volatility. And I don't recommend people shift from the 15-minute, 20-minute hourly, but with these new coins where it's very player versus player, you know, if you are somewhat even experienced in day trading, it can be kind of like a superpower. Because if you start seeing the 20-minute to 15-minute breaking down, most likely will bleed into the hourly. And so when the hourly is giving us the lowest volatility rate ever on this coin, and we're in this channel and we're breaking down, it just really seemed likely like this region was going to get tested. So we'll have to see if it holds to 31 to 32 or if it just falls through there and possibly goes to 24, if not all the way back down to $21 and kind of pulls a DWAC. So I'll go back to Bitcoin here, the corn. So like, yeah, we just want to be very cautious here. I mean, like this is like some kind of lower time frame capitulation, you know, so ideally, if we're going to stick right now to just like the 4 hour really fast, you're not really going to want to see Bitcoin take out these lows here at 99,600. If we do, this will start shifting the 4 hour to a downtrend. This will then possibly bleed into the daily not holding 99,300. And then you have to start looking at the daily uptrend, which now for me, the next higher low sits at 97,480. We start breaking that while breaking 99,300. Yeah, 95,400, you know, best case. At worst case, and we're going to go back down to the daily EMA 100, which is sitting right around in this range here at like 90,800 all the way to 88,400. You know, so this is not really turning into a good daily candle. And remember, even with the 2-day expanding, and it's still bullish and it's still postured as bullish, is still expanding can shift. Like these expanding can shift, right? It can be in favor of bulls, and then if this really nukes, this can quickly be in favor of bears, and then we have to really be cautious of this 5-day firing off. That would just be really bad then. And you know, plays into, yeah, maybe Bitcoin has put in some kind of top here, you know, because if we haven't had a 5-day truly fire off to the downside in a very long time, and now we are getting it, you know, after Trump's inauguration, it always just makes me question everything. So, you know, that's kind of it. I'll just quickly here on Bitcoin show, because people will say, well, we just made a higher high. That's true, and the trend is still up. That's why gauge where that weekly higher low, 5-day higher low will come. Could easily come right around 96,000. But remember, it's not out of Bitcoin's nature to do that. Take all the liquidity up and then really dump. Right here as well, take all the liquidity up and then dump. So I'll go back here to Tether real fast. Tether's kind of on the edge, so you'd expect some kind of reaction here. I'll gauge this here on the HPDR.
This Bitcoin daily candle is fucking horrendous.
Yeah, that really is not looking good on Bitcoin. And then the weekly too, I mean, not really the best view here. Kind of looking heavy, so we'll see. Tether here too, it makes sense we're getting some kind of bounce. I mean, the weekly opened above the median. You know, this is solidly been actually, we've been under it for a while now. I won't count this one, but even from there to where it got lost is September of 2024. So this entire time, Tether dominance on the weekly has been under the median up until now. We see here we actually came down, swiped out this low, came up, quickly reclaimed the 4% level. Now you see here the reaction at 4%. It's going to be really crucial for bears on Tether dominance, like I was saying, to not let this close above 4%, in my opinion. Because just like how every time we've gotten above 4%, it's always led to expansion on Tether dominance every single time. You know, here, this was a 7% move. Here, I'm not even taking it from when it reclaimed the 4%, just the wick lows of the next opening. And then at this point here, so each move is over 5% every single time a daily reclaims 4% on Tether. So just to put it in perspective on why we don't want that to occur today. 5-day here, ideally doesn't, most likely, ideally I won't eat these words, most likely won't reclaim the 5-day EMA 9 today. You know, that is sitting at 4.15%. But again, just this holding the 4% above it on a 5-day, just makes me slightly cautious here. We really want this to break away, break that 3.79%. That way it fulfills the bull prophecy for Bitcoin, where we can actually get those degenerate numbers. But as long as 3.79% holds, we're just in this exact same scenario that we saw, back here in December, where we dumped all the way down. I was saying, as long as 3.79% holds, it's going to tether bulls are essentially going to try to lift us up from here. You can see that still is occurring. So, that's why that's going to be the ultimate breakdown, is once we actually start losing this, specifically on a daily. So yeah, I mean, this is quickly shifting in favor of bulls, which means that Bitcoin is shifting more bearish, in my opinion. Yeah, let me see here real fast how the monthly is looking now. Monthly is interesting too, because we are about to retest the moving average. We see here how nicely just this overall range of support has been for Tether. You can just see it's nicely held above it. So it's just more looming to bullish consolidation on the monthly, while we're potentially going to expand out above the moving average for the first time, basically since we lost it in July, August 2024. So it's been a while, actually. For me, if we actually reclaim and hold above 4%, it's really going to open the doors of us testing back up, back around that 4.69%. That 4.69% is going to be a pretty big zone for me. You're essentially going to want to start seeing that reject. Ideally, why? It's because we see that monthly EMA 9 is right around there. That has been just a nice point of rejection since it got lost. So to me, it seems logical. If we actually hold this zone, get it bounced to the point where the monthly reclaimed the EMA 9 on Tether, yeah, I mean, at that point, I'm going to be really cautious of potentially even a bigger dump on Bitcoin than like 95,000, possibly even, more than 89,000. We could literally go back and retest that monthly 9 right at 78,000. Still nothing showing me that it's going to happen, but that's why we just really want to gauge the monthly on Tether dominance, be really cautious here, probably wait to see how today closes, see where the 5 days flips, see where this daily holds, see even if 99,300 holds on Bitcoin before making new decisions. So that's why I'd just be very patient here and wait. Lastly, Bitcoin dominance is still doing, kind of what I expected. We're getting that bounce now. It seems like the next objective for me is the top of this range at 59.7%. It's going to be really important, because if we end up breaking this wick high that we formed in December on the 5-day, it's really then going to start looking like I might be wrong on this being topped out and this shifting the overall higher time frame. Like if we view this on the weekly trend, and then if we're above the 59.7%, it puts into play potentially Bitcoin dominance going all the way up to 62%. If we rally up to this point and test this and reject and not break this wick high, the overall trend still can be down on the weekly for Bitcoin dominance, assuming we actually break this low here. Because bulls are going to be betting that this is the next higher low, trend is shifting, and their objective is going to be to take out this wick high. Bears are understanding that we're probably going to go up on Bitcoin dominance. This is the spot they're going to want to reject, simply having their stop a little above this wick high. So, I mean, it's still on par of what we've been saying. I'm still bullish on Bitcoin dominance, still bearish on ETH BTC. I'm still on the camp, though, that Bitcoin dominance has topped. And so rallies up to this point just need to be looked at as a major rejection zone. I'm curious to see how the monthly looks here. We see we're at the 50% on the monthly. Let's go to the 2-week real fast. You can see here we're still under the 2-week median. The 38.2% is right around that 59.7%. Just an interesting point. The 78.6% on the weekly as well is right around that 59.5%. Just plays into it. Wouldn't be surprised if Bitcoin dominance actually went up to this point, but the reaction around here is going to be extremely key. Do bulls actually shift the trend up and reclaim this for an actual chance back up to the 61s, 62s, or do we get a mega rejection here, potentially shifting kind of the narrative on Bitcoin. Or it's kind of like a Bitcoin driven only rally right now. Granted, there's things like XRP and Trump coin, but I mean, if you looked at ETH, it really hasn't been doing too much considering Bitcoin just made a new high. Yeah, and it's interesting here to see the 5-day actually nuking and trying to reset here. But again, you know, we see here the top of the 38.2% is right around the 59.25%. So you can think of this as like a range, 59.25 to 59.7 should be, if you're a bear on Bitcoin dominance, a rejection zone, in my opinion. And then lastly, I'm just going to quickly look at Dixie here. The 5-day, that's an interesting evening star. The idea then is we're not going to break $110.18. If this is going to be valid, and we want to see this next 5-day actually kind of move down and go back to wherever that 5-day EMA9 is. That is right now at $107.87. Simply just been holding some, you know, price this whole time as nice support. Let me see here. Daily here is getting a bounce. I think it's already, has Forex already closed? I think it is, right?
No. The market's closed today.
Oh, that makes sense.
Because it's Martin Luther King and the inauguration, right?
Yeah, I did not
Yeah,
know.
I think it's for Martin Luther King Day.
Yeah.
Well, we see here on this closure, Dixie did reclaim the daily 9. So this is looking like a quick reclaim, and it's above the median. We'll have to see where this updates upon, you know, when this opens. You know, it's actually interesting to me because, you know, overall, Dixie is still in a very clean daily uptrend. Very consistent, you know, higher lows, higher highs, higher lows, higher highs. As a Dixie bull now, you're really not going to want to see that daily 9 get lost. You're going to want to look basically at this wick low as potentially being the next higher low, confirmed once we break this wick high. Dixie is still looking pretty bullish to me, though. Yeah, I mean, it's still looking pretty good. Let me see the weekly. I thought maybe we had a silver cross on the weekly. Yeah, we do. And so if we do get any kind of pullback on the higher time frames, you know, it being like to the EMA9 in a worst case scenario, and this will, you know, ideally this will move up when this opens. That to me is still an opportunity. I mean, Dixie is still in a very strong uptrend. We just broke, you know, made a new high in this overall trend. So now what we want to see is either follow through up to that $111.48, or, you know, maybe we do get a little pullback here. But the fact that the daily has reclaimed the EMA9 and also the median makes me, you know, wonder if this is actually going to start moving up again, and this will be the next higher low. So something to watch going into this week, because, you know, bullish Dixie really hasn't been, or starting to not be, the best for risk on. Yeah, that is kind of all I have on Bitcoin. Tether, Bitcoin dominance. I mean, I'm just on the camp right now. We should just be a little cautious, see how markets digest this overall Trump inauguration. I'm still bullish on Bitcoin as long as we're above 99,300. But I am cautious because I am just, you know, everyone should be, considering we are where we're at on Tether dominance. The fact that Trump is now kind of a crypto president, and now he's in, you know, we often see like buy the rumor, sell the news. And Trump coin, let's see it real fast before I log off.
And before you go, CME's $3,000 below market spot. Is that crazy?
I didn't even notice that. Yeah, so we see spot here is still green. CME's actually pretty red. Massive,
Yep.
Terrible daily too.
Very likely to fill that on tomorrow's open or tonight's open.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, just that tells me spot is selling too. I mean, people are selling today. So expect volatility. I mean, if you're not positioned, I really wouldn't be itching to pre-position right now. Just be waiting.
Sorry, Trump me.
Wait, what?
Sorry, Trump me now. My bad for interrupting you. I just noticed that. I've never seen it like that.
Yeah. Let me go here. We'll go back to the hourly. Ooh,
Hourly.
nice. So yeah, I'll just finish on this. I mean, we'll have to really see how Trump, you know, will do now that he's president. But yeah, I mean, that literally played the short out perfectly. Almost got that bounce to the T. So that is interesting. But yeah, that's all I see on Bitcoin. Just let the markets digest this news. It's almost like I'm treating this like a Fed day, kind of. Like it's really no reason to be trading. Kind of let markets digest it. Let's see where we get these closed. We have the 2-day, the daily, the 5-day, and then we'll take it from there. And markets are closed today anyway, so it's almost like weekend trading today. So
it basically is, yeah. It's like a long weekend trading today, no doubt. We have Solamis and Link, Chain Link, obviously.
perfect.
I do Solana, or you want to do?
I could do Sol. That's fine.
I'll get the stinky linkies.
Stinky Linkies. Let's
I'll show you.
motherfucking do
I'll show you another stinky linky.
I'm going to just do a shameless plug for everyone that wants to join us for free at the Discord of Elite Trading Academy. You guys have it right here. Para todo el mundo que quiera unirse al Discord de Elite Trading Academy, es absolutamente gratis. Vénganse a dar una vuelta, pueden entrar al chat. Aquí estamos en general. Arriba tienen los análisis de Alex, los análisis de Farhan. Acá tienen literalmente todos los anuncios, tienen todas las cuánto dinero estamos perdiendo y ganando en esta cosa, testimoniales, etcétera. Todo, las noticias, etcétera, está acá. El mejor chat, obviamente, el general, donde están todos estos perros, por supuesto que sí, un saludote. Y también vale la pena decir, si quieren algo más pro, vénganse al sitio y acá pueden hacer de todo. Tenemos el paquete que incluye todo. Si no, tenemos el paquete con las 3 clases y además la sesión. Esta semana vamos a tener el jueves una clase, que es También tenemos las alertas de trading y también tenemos el curso de Cero a Trader por acá. Si gustan, por si alguien quiere aprender todo lo que estamos diciendo acá y no le entiendes lo que estás viendo, ahí está. Así que vénganse o gratis al Discord acá o cáiganle a Elite Trading Academy, pero cáiganle a una, aquí los esperamos. Y con eso dicho y hecho, perdón, estoy viendo otra cosilla por acá. Vámonos a Bitcoin. ¿Cómo de que no? Después de este potente análisis que nos dio qué chinga. Esta es la, la línea mamalona. Ok, después de ese análisis tan mamalón que acabamos de ver de Alex, de Farhan, tan buenos como siempre, les voy a pasar todo lo que absorbí de esos análisis, que fue nada, como ustedes saben, nunca aprendo nada, ¿no? Es como si estuviera hablando mi mujer en vez de yo. Vale. Vamos a empezar como siempre en temporalidades altas. Interesante el movimiento de hoy. Vean el tamaño de vela que tenemos. Literalmente en la parte baja 99,400, a la parte alta 109,000. Es una vela de $10,000 en este momento. Es bastante impresionante. Vamos rápidamente a temporalidades altas donde nos hemos encontrado con un poco de lo mismo, con un Bitcoin alcista de a madre, volatilidad todavía expandiendo con fuerza, está en 51% y lo está haciendo ante estas velas verdes tan potentes que podemos ver en la parte alta de por acá. ¿Qué nos dice esto? Que tiene bastante camino todavía para continuar, por supuesto que sí, sobre todo en la trimestral. Tenemos suficientes datos en esta tabla, por lo que vamos a ponerles el HPDR y ver dónde estamos parados en este momento. Bueno, me acerco un poco más. Pueden ver que la media está en los 101,721. Queremos aguantar esta media, queremos tener este cierre trimestral, pero todavía faltan 2 meses y 12 días por encima de la media. Si no logramos tener el cierre por encima de la media, que también coincide, ¿no? Esta deliciosa confluencia con nuestra línea meme, si no tenemos un cierre por encima de esto, muy probablemente vayamos a la parte baja del canal, pero primero tendríamos que ir a testear el promedio del 9, que está en $65,000. Así que estemos atentos por acá. Todavía se ve bien. No, lo único que tenemos que hacer es en 2 meses y 11 días no perder los $101,700 y con eso estamos del otro lado. Tenemos el setup de volatilidad que todavía empuja a la alza, pero recuerda que eso puede cambiar en cualquier momento. En la mensual, ¿qué es lo que tenemos por acá? Tenemos, un segundito. En la mensual tenemos un setup de volatilidad que está empezando apenas. Podemos ver que la volatilidad está por encima del promedio en los 26.71. Todavía no nos dice nada claro. Esta obviamente es la última vela. Esta vela es verde, pero no tenemos expansión clara. Vamos a esperar a ver la expansión clara y si nos sigue dando esta vela verde, esto va a tener potencial de poder dar continuación a la alza potentemente. La razón por la que Bitcoin y todo lo que es criptos están en este momento tan volátiles y por lo que estamos viendo velas tan enormes de arriba para abajo es porque cuando entras a un episodio donde todo el mundo cree que va a pasar algo, no va ni a pasar ni una ni la otra. Van a dar los dos escenarios y un cierta... ¿A qué me refiero con esto? Si todo el mundo estaba alcista porque Trump iba a ser presidente, no podía simplemente decir, güey, todo el mundo está alcista, voy a ser bajista. No, porque también de que es alcista sube, luego baja y luego sube. Entonces te está jugando un poco en los dos lados. El día de hoy es uno de esos días. El mercado americano no abrió, tampoco la tesorería, etcétera. Por lo que es como hacer trading el fin de semana con un anuncio de la Fed el día de hoy. Por eso estamos teniendo precaución y les aconsejamos un poco de lo mismo. Pero si son unos degenerados de mierda, felicidades a todos ustedes, diviértanse mucho. En serio, se los digo de corazón, bien por ustedes. Podemos ver que tenemos la media del canal en la mensual en los 91,233, que coincide también con nuestra línea meme, por supuesto, como de que no, en los 92,547. Es un área que definitivamente queremos aguantar. Si podemos aguantarla para este cierre mensual, que faltan 11 días y 6 horas, vamos a tener una muy buena probabilidad de ir a buscar la parte alta de la zona azul, que está en $131,139. Ahí es donde tenemos que ver si esta volatilidad va a expandir y al mismo tiempo ver esto a la alza, porque si llega a darse a la baja, estás hablando de, una vez más, primer objetivo, donde está tu email y promedio del 9 en los 78,900, y segundo, la zona es la parte baja de la zona azul, que son $65,000, que estoy seguro que muchos de nosotros no nos gustaría ver eso, pero todavía queda bastante tiempo para poder definir esto. Vamos a la de 2 semanas. En 2 semanas, ¿qué notamos? 2 semanas, nada, consolidación alcista. Esto puede ser una bandera alcista, lo pueden ver después del madrazo para arriba. Pero lo que vemos es que nuestro setup de jamás, que es un setup de jamás de volatilidad, es cuando viene volatilidad nula por varios periodos, como lo hizo aquí, 5 periodos de 2 semanas, 10 semanas de volatilidad nula, cruzar el 15% a la alza, nos dio todo y topó en 65%. Ahora está por debajo del promedio. Este setup es anulado, ya no existe nuestro setup de jamás. Es un poco parecido a la vida real, ya que, bueno, ya veremos, ¿no? Porque no es tan fácil dejar de matar gente. Tienes que esperar tantito. Es poco a poco, matas un poco menos, luego un poco menos y ya después dejas de bombardearlos ya que están aplanados todos. Tenemos la parte alta del 50%, justamente fue, no sé cuántos de ustedes puedan ver, pero la vela tocó la parte del 50%, tuvo un rechazo y ahora está por acá. Definitivamente queremos cerrar por encima de los $100,000, que es donde está nuestra parte alta del 38,2%, que es la zona azul. Sería nuestra primera parada. Segunda parada, si perdemos eso, sería nuestro promedio del 9, que coincide una vez más con nuestra línea meme, que coincide con la temporalidad en un mes también, con la parte baja de la zona azul, ¿no? Es lo que es. Dime un segundo. ¿Qué es lo que coincide con esta? No, la media. No, la media no está ahí abajo. Deja de decir estupideces, Alejandro. Deme un segundo. Voy a regresar a ver qué es lo que coincide esta línea meme. Sí, con la media. La media está acá en los $92,000. Definitivamente no queremos. Sí, tal cual. Tal cual. No vuelvo a dudarme. Nunca más en la vida. Vale. Pues estamos viendo básicamente esto con este gran rechazo potente. Este puede ser, atención, este puede ser el alto, ¿ok? Este puede ser un altillo, el alto final. Yo había cantado el alto final en los 108, pero dije siempre me voy a dar 10% de margen para cagarla porque es imposible atinarle un tope. No me quedaría nada mal esto, no me caería nada mal. Puede que continúe, puede que no. Tenemos el setup en la mensual, lo estamos viendo. La semanal, la de 2 semanas, ya se nos perdió el setup de jamás. Vamos a ver rápidamente la semanal. Semanal, rechazo de la media, importante, porque esto cierra, no mames, es lunes, se me olvida. Esto cierra en 6 días y 3 horas. Tenemos el rechazo de la media. Justamente nos apoyamos en nuestras líneas memes y ahora estamos por acá arriba en los 103.50. Nuestro promedio del 9 en temporalidad semanal está en los 96,260 y la parte baja de nuestra zona azul en los 95,000 puntos, en los $95,000. Si este rechazo cierra tal cual, tiene una gran probabilidad de ir a venir a buscar esta zona de los 96 y luego la de los 95,000 para que estemos atentos. De perder eso, los 90,000 son bastante posibles. Interesante, hay un cero de volatilidad. No, la volatilidad está contrayendo en lo que este movimiento se está dando, así que nada. Vamos a la de 5 días, una de mis temporalidades favoritas. Obviamente estamos por encima de la media. La media está un poco juntándose con nuestra línea meme por acá. Está en 102,261. Estamos solo poco por arriba de la media. Si logramos montarnos encima de la media y tener ese cierre prometido de 5 días ahí en 5 horas y 53, básicamente este es tu front run al semanal. Solamente faltan 5 horas y 53 minutos para cerrar esta vela. Esta es la que quieres poner atención. Esta vela tiene que cerrar por encima de 102,261 para poder ir a pensar que puedes hacer un nuevo máximo histórico en los 115,000. De no poder cerrar por encima de, vas a tener casi un viaje gratis y garantizado a la parte baja en los $92,000. Así que atentos con ello, porque esos son más de $11,000 al precio de ahora en Bitcoin. Vamos a ver si la volatilidad nos da algo. La volatilidad está preparando un nuevo setup de Hamas o un Nagasaki. Setup de Hamas es a la alza, setup Nagasaki es a la baja. Y se pueden dar de la misma forma. Y esto es algo que quiero que estén atentos, porque los últimos setups que nos ha dado de este estilo han sido alcistas, pero hay setups de estos bajistas. Esto podría ser una expansión de volatilidad bajista, así que solamente quiero que lo tengan presente. Y una vez más, ¿cuántas veces nos puede dar uno seguido alcista? No es consejo, no es nada, solamente ténganlo anotado, pónganlo en la parte de atrás de su cabeza para acordarse, ¿ok? Interesante setup en la de 5 días, vamos a ver la de 3 días. 3 días nos rechazó la zona del 50%, también estamos cayendo una vez a la zona azul. Primera parada ya la vimos, que son en los 99,000, donde está nuestro promedio del 9. Uy, y aquí el 21 y la media se juntan en los 95. Seguimos viendo 95, 95, 95, 95, 95, una y otra vez. Al mismo tiempo, volatilidad sigue yendo de lado, pero no tiene claridad nada este setup. Lo hemos visto antes, o sea, nada. Así que no lo voy a usar como referencia. En la diaria estamos arriba de la zona azul, nos rechazó el 78,6%. Estamos intentando poder cerrar arriba del 61,8%, que está en 103, 300, 230. Si podemos hacer eso, tendríamos un viaje gratis una vez más por ahí de los 107. Pero si empezamos a ser rechazados y no podemos cerrar por encima del $101,000, vas muy probablemente a la zona azul. De la zona azul caigas a la media y la media se encuentra, puta madre, con el promedio del 55 en los 95. Well, now, boys, or Farhan, correct me if I'm wrong, but this shit kind of looks like it wants to go to 95,000 at some point.
Yeah, and I'm seeing 92 below that level. 92 is the bottom 38.2%.
Would be next, yeah, right now, even on the daily. And there's so much confluence across old timelines, old time frames that's happening. God damn. All right.
It's not looking good, bros.
Yeah, it's not looking great. It's not looking the best. I guess the zone that we want to close big time frames would be above 106 so that we can avoid the bearish pivot, right?
Yeah.
All right, so fuck us, everyone. There you have it. Ahí lo tienen. Queremos definitivamente nuestros timelines más altos, cerrarlos arriba del 106,000, que es donde existen puntos pivotes bajistas. Si no podemos lograr eso en temporalidades altas, probablemente este pollo esté cocinado. Vamos a ver. Por ahora seguimos viendo y tenemos nuestros niveles y todos tenemos que respetarlos. Así que ahí está Bitcoin para todos ustedes. All righty, sir. Are you doing Chainy Linky? Stinky in the Linky?
Yes, sir. Let me switch my
Linky to Stinky.
Sure. About to pull off a Louis C.K. and show you another stinky linky.
No, please don't. Please don't. Please don't. This show, let's just say we're already on the, oh no. I don't know what I just did, but I just put all my coffee on top of me. I'm sorry. Go on.
You spilled your coffee?
All on top of me. I'll be right back.
God damn. So the monthly on Chainlink right now, we are over the median. We came back down, perfectly retest this median and the 9 EMA. We are using that median and 5 EMA, as a spring towards the upside. Getting very close towards that top 38.2%. We already have one rejection of the top 38.2%. If we reject it again, it's going to be very bearish. Right now, that level is at $29.12. If we can close over that 38.2%, last time we've closed over 38.2% on the monthly was, let's get a little bit of expansion, all the way back here in August of 2020. And after we kind of did it, that was basically the top before we, or the local top, where we closed at around $15.58. And then we got a nice little move down of, from the close, let's take it from the close, $15 to, we got a 48% move to the downside. We moved down to about like $8. Then we closed over the 38.2% again at around $22.56. And that took us up to the 61.8%, which was at about 134.9% move to the upside. So if we do close over this 38.2%, that should take us to the 61.8%, which right now is sitting just over $40 at $40.83. Close below the 38.2 though, we're going to have two rejections of the 38.2, which gives us a probability of hitting the bottom 38.2, wiping out most of this rally, and that would bring us somewhere around $12.26. This is going to be the do or die area for Chainlink bulls. If they are not able to manage to bounce at this area, and this low gets swept right around $10.07, it's very likely going to get a Nagasaki setup and retest these lows right here. Very likely break these lows of $4.73. Maybe go somewhere around $3.60. God, that's scary as fuck right now when the price is at $25. There's going to be one piece of hopium though. This is the quarterly is over the 38.2%, with momentum just about to enter into the bullish control zone. Volatility is still pointed up. So if we can close over this 38.2%, that should give us a very nice move to the upside at a minimum towards that monthly target of $40. And above that is going to be the quarterly 50%, which is sitting somewhere around $54. 2 week right now came just right above the 21 EMA, front ran the 21 EMA a little bit, and right now we are basing off of the 5 EMA and the 78.6% on the HPDR, where volatility is slipping. Momentum is slipping back up. Volatility is slipping up to support it, and the jewel is now having the pink cross over the yellow, light blue cross over everything else, and entering into the bullish control zone. If we can get over close over the 78.6%, first we very likely retest these highs around $31. If we can close anywhere over, and if we don't get a rejection of this $31 area, and we close over to 88.3, which is around $28, that's what likely activates that move towards $40. On the weekly, momentum is shifting down, very close to entering into the bearish control zone. Volatility is flipping down as well, which usually gives us a test of the median. We've already tapped the median, and we've got a rejection of the median. Right now, we're sitting right along bottom 38.2, which is at $23.95. We lose that area, very, very likely we're going to get that move down towards the 55 EMA. Right now, that level is sitting somewhere around $16, which will erase all of this. It's going to sweep this previous major low, likely takes us lower somewhere around this previous low over here, which is around $10. That's going to be the area where bulls absolutely need to step in. This is going to be the do or die area, where this thing is very likely going somewhere around $5. 5 day, a little bit of hopium here. 5 days still over the median. Median's at $24.70. We got a little over 5.5 hours to go. Momentum is now bouncing back up from the bearish control zone. Volatility is pointed down. That gives you a test of the median, which we've already hit, and we're over it. So if we can close over this median, then we likely retest these $31 highs. And usually what these shitcoins like to do, because they're very predatory, if they are bearish on the high time frames, what they'll do is slightly sweep these highs, put in a very sharp rejection candle, and then you'll have a swing failure pattern, and that's usually your high for at least a good amount of time, especially when you see it on a 5 day. That's usually like a macro high before you get, at the very least, several months of consolidation and down, if not a cycle top. Which right now, across the board, things are giving me vibes of cycle top. I don't want to scare anybody, but kind of getting the cycle top vibe. The way to invalidate that would be to close over our current cycle highs on a very strong close on, at the very least, a daily basis. Right now, on the 2 day, momentum is pointed up, volatility is starting to point up, and we are currently above the median. We are putting a little bit of a Darth Maul candle right here, which signals indecision. If we can close over the median, the indecision will likely be played out to the upside to test that $31 area, which lines perfectly with our 78.6 on the HPDR. But if it closes below the median, that would be indecision to the downside, and we likely go towards somewhere around, probably not the 55 EMA because we bounce off here first, 100. around $17, very close to that $16 number, which is also around 95%. Then below there to the 200, which is around like $15.74, and maybe the 97.5%. Somewhere around here is where we likely get our bottom. Not macro bottom, but local bottom. If we do break to the downside, probably bounce from there to somewhere around like $17, $18. Make another rejection, and then we probably go towards $10. Daily is now also giving us pretty extreme areas on the HPDR. We're sitting at the 88.3%. We're slightly above it. It's sitting at $24.89. We're above it by like 5-6 cents. Momentum is getting pretty high up there. Volatility is getting pretty high up there. And the jewel is now getting just over the bullish control zone. So if we close over this 88.3%, we could like to see a move towards this previous cycle high right now, which is around $31. And then from there, I would expect sweep. And then since we're going to be at the 97.5, actually well over the 97.5, very likely we get a rejection of that area and then a sharp pull down. And that, I'm inclined as of right now to say that that will be our cycle top, unless we get a daily close over this $31 area. I'm supposed to be the hopium dealer. I don't know why I'm dealing bearish hopium right now.
What is
happening? Hey, hopium for someone though.
Oh yeah, that's true. All the bears.
4 hours now. 4 hours now, just about to lose this bottom 38.2%, and we're already getting that idea playing out that I'm looking for on the macro. Is that we swept these previous highs and closed as a shooting star, which is very, very fucking bearish. And now if we lose this 38.2%, we'd likely come back down to somewhere around this 100 EMA, because this 55 has already been used as support, as well as the 21. The 100 right now is at $22.50. And since this right around this 200, this has already been used as support. Maybe we get a little bit of a bounce here towards the 55. I would see a rejection there at $23, and then somewhere around $16 to $15. Invalidation for all of this is a daily close over $31. We have one drive of hidden bullish divergence confirmed on the quarterly. We have kind of hit the easy target from that because we're closed above every single one of our major moving averages, and we hit the middle zone of the RSI. The next target, if assuming we close over this high right here of $30.94, $31, then that should give us the next target on the RSI, which is going to be the bullish control zone. And along that route, we have expanding volatility. Right now, the bullish control zone sits at right at $41.89, right in the $40 zone that I'm seeing as the next move to the upside if we close over $31. And then this is going to be a little bit of a ridiculous target, very likely not going to hit. But if we close 3 closes over $41.89, the next level is a critical zone, and this number is going to change. So this number is not very relevant right now, but say you got $109. I personally would say that's probably not going to happen. Nothing on that. The jewel is starting to curve back around on the monthly. We have not gotten the buy signal just yet. To get that buy signal, we probably would have to close over $31. Maybe we get it before, but that'll, for me, it'll be more of a for sure buy signal if we close over $31. If we don't, possibly we continue with this white until we get a Nagasaki set up and this white turns back into a dark blue. 2 week. There's some there's some hidden bullish divergence between these lows here and these lows here, because the RSI went a good amount lower than right here, but price made a higher low. And GCR just tweeted, that's very rare. GCR is the guy who took a $10,000 account to over $1 billion.
Yeah, what did he say?
He said, we'll address this once since it's asked so often. The answer is yes, towards Ethereum hitting $10,000. But everyone doesn't really pay attention to what he said, because he said $10,000 on Ethereum by 2030. That's another 5 fucking years from now.
Yeah, like a little bit like XRP. You're gonna skip this one and then onto the next one, and that's when you blow up, right? Like it feels like kind of altcoins in a way do an 8-year cycle rather than a 4-year cycle.
Yeah, and it seems that people can't read. No one can read. Guy clearly says by 2030, and people are like trolling on him saying, what happened to your 10K target? Fucking
Well, yeah,
retards.
and by the way, that's the internet. I posted, for example, on X yesterday. I was saying there's a new trend where everyone's noticing how nice China is online. That's a new trend. People were like, if you like China so much, get out. I was like, I just said there's a new trend, sir. Why are you getting your panties up in a bunch and then putting them in your mouth and stuffing them while a black guy fucks you in the ass? What's going on? Why are you so mad?
Yeah, people are absolutely retarded. But there's a reason why there's only one GCR who turned 10K into over $1 billion and nobody else did. So
Yeah, that's insane. Good for that, dude.
it's absolutely fucking insane. He shorted the top of Luna. He made a bet with Do Kwon for I believe $10 million, saying Luna will never reach new all-time highs ever again.
Wow, what a baller.
And then he shorted it down to zero. Absolutely fucking insane.
Triple
But
baller.
the way to confirm this hidden bullish divergence on the 2-week on link is, once again, you got to close over $31. Close over $31. Confirm the hidden bullish divergence. You would take you to the critical zone. Right now, the critical zone is sitting at $57.
Seems like 31 across the line.
Yeah,
Is
31 is
must.
going to be the area.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. Zoom in on this. Is it lower? No, it's slightly higher, I think. It's very hard to see. Yeah, it is very slightly higher. So there's no bearish divergence there. What about this one? Fuck. Yep, this one is lower. Possible bearish divergence right here between this point and this point in the RSI, where price is making higher highs. To confirm it, you'd have to close below $17.83. That would take you to the bearish control zone. And right now, it doesn't even tell you what the bearish control zone is because it's so low. So the only target we could get is the middle zone. Right now, that's at $13.83. If you see where $13.83 is, somewhere wiping out this entire move to the upside, likely come back down and retest these lows right around $10. Another piece of confluence for that $10 area. 3-day has not confirmed. Oh, no, never mind. It's invalidated. There's some bearish divergence, but it's invalidated. Daily has some bullish divergence active right now. The way to invalidate that divergence would be to close below $22.19. The way to get the next move to the upside would be closing over about $27. $26.94, $27. If you do close over that, then you get that move towards retesting $31. Probably it's going to be a rejection, but if not, then 40s. But that would be the most opportune zone for a short, right around $31, because your invalidation is going to be so close that if you're wrong by like 1%. But if you're right, you're right by like 50%. Four-hour is now working on. Is this confirmed yet? Nope, not yet confirmed, but working on mini drives with bearish divergence. It will confirm as long as we close below.
Below
20.
fuck?
Yes, below $25.27. As long as we close below that level, that divergence will be confirmed. That's going to give us a target of the bearish control zone. Right now, that's at $20.72. This next level after that is going to be the bearish critical zone, which is what I do think is going to happen if $10 fails to hold, and that right now is sitting at $6.84. But my stinky linkies.
I don't know a single person personally that holds this shit.
Oh, me neither. Only people who hold it are the ones who can't get over the previous cycle coins like Chainlink and VeChain and shit like that.
Yeah, it's boomers. Like if you have Chainlink in your portfolio, you must have Litecoin and Bitcoin Cash, right?
Ethereum Classic.
Oh yeah, give me some of that Ethereum Classic.
There's no amount of Vitalik dong pictures that could bring Ethereum Classic back to life.
Nope, I completely agree.
On the quarterly, this is a little bit of hopium. Momentum is still pointed to the upside as long as we're above $9.93. But if that divergence target does play out, we'd be significantly below this in the $6 to $7 range. That would flip momentum back down, we'd have a lower high on the macro, and that likely takes us to break these lows. I know that's scary to hear, but that's just trend. We have a high, a low, a lower high. What follows that is a lower low.
That would be
And
absolutely terrible.
a lot of these shitcoins are just by the chart are trending towards zero. Monthly is starting to flip up a little bit with expanding volatility, and we're going to be pointed up as long as we're above $16.25. Where if you remember that move, if we broke down, was going to be somewhere around $16 to $15, and that also would turn this to the downside. That would be a rejection of the bullish control zone, and likely we get a test of the bearish control zone from there. 2 week is now just about to start flipping down. It is going to flip down in 13 days and 6 hours if we close below $26.67, and it's going to reject the critical zone. Weekly is now contracting on volatility. We're deviating the critical zone, and we're going to be pointed down as long as we're below $24.47. And we're going to lose the bullish control zone on this next close as well, if we're still to the downside. 5 days also pointed to the downside, or no point. It's going to point up. My bad. If we close over $23.50. Which kind of gives me the bias within the next 5 hours and 30 minutes, we might be below that number. If not, then we're going to get that previous move where we go back up towards $31, and we'll see if we can close it daily above that or not. If we do, then bulls are back in control, and we probably go towards 40s. 2 day is now flipping back up with volatility expansion. We're going to be pointed up, and it's rejecting the critical zone, giving us a derp of life, and we're going to be pointed up as long as we're above $18.62. Kind of going alongside as well of retesting these $31 highs. Daily is also pointed up, expanding volatility, and we're going to be up as long as we're above $22.64. And 4 hours also, 4 hours now starting to turn down. 4 hours is getting expanding volatility, kind of rejecting the critical zone. We have about an hour and a half to go. We are slightly above this number right now. If we close below $25.04, momentum will turn down. If we close above $25.04, momentum will remain to the upside, giving us more probabilities of testing $31. Let's go a little bit lower. And 2 hour is solidly to the downside, rejecting the critical zone. Is there any? No, there isn't. No divergences. But we are pointed to the downside as long as we're below $26.18. So all of the higher time frames are still kind of bullish. But the lower time frames are usually the ones that bleed into the higher time frames, and by the time the higher time frames give you the bearish signal, most of the move has happened. So what I would expect to happen if we do see a move to the upside, if the 4 hour does manage to flip or remain to the upside, I would expect a test of $31. But since we are getting to pretty extreme areas on the higher levels on the HPDR bands, I would expect a rejection there. And right now, I'm kind of getting cycle top vibes for Chainlink. I think if we put in a solid rejection at $31, I think we're coming back down to retest 15 to 16, which would then flip down our momentum on pretty high time frames, which then takes us somewhere around $10. The bearish divergences would play out. We'd hit the critical zone, and that number is sitting in the 6s. And from there, since we would have confirmed our next local high, which is going to be a lower high. On the macro, we have a high, we have a low, we have a lower high. What follows that is a lower low, and that would likely break $4. Like I don't want to sound too bearish here, but it's not looking very good. Invalidation is daily close over $31, then we likely go into 40s, and happy days for the bulls.
It seems like 31 if you're super bullish, 25 to 26 if you want to continue to be bullish. Under that, bearish.
Yep.
Let's go with salamis because we're running fucking late.
All right, perfect. Let me get this going.
Look at this pit bull.
I hate when the chart does this. Perfect. Okay, cool. Shift.
Buenas tardes, Vinny.
Buenas tardes, Vinny. He says hi. He's staring at you both.
So what we see now is Solana actually broke and made a new high on the 2 week. It's very good. We see onto this new 2 week that we opened up. We're rejecting the 38.2%. To me now, it seems likely we're going to go and test that $216 level. It's a pretty massive zone for Solana. If as long as we stay under $259. to me, I'm just going to be gauging this as a very simple range. We made the high, anywhere around here, as long as we don't break the January 6th 2-week candle low, anywhere around here, again, will just be looked at as bulls as another higher low. Now, where things start looking slightly concerning is if we go here and we go to the weekly, if we start rejecting this median and actually closing the price under it, because I believe for a little time we closed above it, and then it's, let me see here, it's 251.85. So price did open above it. We're now going under it. We're approaching right around that 216 zone. Is that a weekly EMA 9? After you reclaim, especially a weekly EMA 9, you generally want to see the retest. So I'll be gauging that 216 very carefully to see if bulls actually get a spring from this point. Where, like I was saying, we become concerned is if we actually don't hold above 216, then we might actually go and revisit the low 203, 200 zone, right around the weekly EMA 21. That to me is going to be the last stand, in my opinion, for bulls to actually try to push up for that higher low. We start losing the weekly 9. The median pushed us down, so we rejected from it. And then we lose that 203 zone, corresponding right around where that weekly EMA 21 is. It's going to really start looking like we're going to actually test the lows of this wick that we had back in January. If we actually break this would be, a cause of concern, because we just simply know each time we're above that 171 to 170 zone on Solana, it's always good. It's always good for price and bulls. Anytime we then fall below it, generally hasn't been the best. Solana's an altcoin, so you're going to get a lot of, clean, very aggressive moves down. But anytime we essentially SFP this, it always leads to just aggressive moves on Solana. The only time where it didn't was right here before we actually expanded up. So you should be gauging after a higher high. A pullback shouldn't surprise anyone. It's just like what I said, on Friday's stream. It's just going to be hard to gauge as a bull where that next higher low is, and that's just what we can do as traders to try to identify the next region. We see here on the daily that we actually have a daily silver cross. So today we've ever so front ran that silver cross retest of the EMA 9. If this doesn't hold and we end up going back and breaking this low here, and specifically losing that daily 9, I believe that could be the confirmation of us actually going back and retesting that 216 zone. That'll be the second point for the silver cross. We look at the EMA 9. If that doesn't hold, then we want to look at the engage where the EMA 21 is. And that is approaching that 216 zone right now at 213.66. So just, again, good confluence. I really wouldn't try to be aggressively trying to long Solana here, especially when you see we have an SFP here on the weekly. We reclaimed above 259. We quickly lost it. We rallied up to the 95% zone again, heavily rejected. Now we're below it. Seems likely, that we were going to go to the EMA 9 on the weekly. We've done that. Now we're going to see if bulls can push up from here. If they can, and we actually lose this weekly 9, just more power on why we're going to go to the bottom of the range, which makes sense. Once you SFP, a top of a range and deviate down, you often then just go to the bottom. The 5-day is actually interesting to me, though, because what we see on today's close is, we actually could be potentially reclaiming the 38.2%. We'll have to see where bulls actually take this into today's close. If we actually do reclaim this zone, then we actually could make the argument that this daily EMA 9 is actually going to try to be the next higher low on Solana. Why I'm saying that is simply because we see just how dramatic that 5-day median has just gone down. It was pretty above price, and then it quickly went down. We essentially found a bottom or base from that point and expanded. We're now about to lose the blue zone, while also the 5-day BWP is breaking above the moving average and also breaking above 15%. So technically speaking, if we actually lose the 38.2%, are above the median, and we have a BBWP set up on the 5-day, that to me is telling me that this Solana breakout really could just be starting. And we really could start seeing a lot higher, 300 being tested again, if not a lot higher, around 385, right around the 78.6%. It's pretty welcoming and nice to see this on Solana though. But remember, you don't want a long resistance, and you definitely don't want to front run a breakout, especially since you do see we are rejecting and we're kind of at we're like flirting with the 38.2%. That's why, again, today, just like on Bitcoin, it's going to be extremely crucial to see where all these, ranges move. Does the 38.2% shift down? Do we open above it? Or do we actually open under it and reject it? But for now, this is looking like it's in the pre-stages of breaking out, actually. Again, you'll get that confirmation of a breakout once we actually start closing specifically 5 days, weeklies, and 2 weeks above the call it 260. If we start getting that on Solana, that to me could be at least the signs of this about to break out. At very minimum, test the wick high, if not all the way at 385. Pretty nice though to see this 5 days starting to expand. Remember, we wanted this to go to zero volatility read. That didn't happen. We've only ever had one zero volatility read on Solana on the 5 day. And so it's nice to see this is now in that expanding posture while the 5 day is breaking above the 38.2%. So, Solana is looking good. You really should just be watching to see if we can get back above 260 or if that 216 level continues to hold. Then it can just be really simple for a range trader to just understand that until we either get the breakout or the breakdown. As it stands, though, with the 5 day posturing, us above the 5 day median, us about to break the 38.2%, seems like Solana's on the pre-stages of a breakout. We'll just really have to see where all these move into today and see where the 5 day actually closes. You're ideally today going to want to see Solana close above 245. So we're slightly above, but $3-4 move on Sol really isn't that much. So
it was a 230 something like 5 minutes ago.
Was it? Let me see this 15-minute. Yeah,
there you go. See,
yeah, literally. That's funny. So yeah, it's definitely not out of nature for an altcoin. But Solana, we when I was talking about this last week, it seemed really like that 259 is a very strong place to just be patiently waiting if you are a bull sidelined. We essentially see on the monthly that median is perfectly around the mean line. And reclaiming that would really then start putting Solana towards some degenerate numbers. Like 385 could just be the stopping point, but what we see on the monthly, $630 could be the next stop. These obviously will move, so we'll have to see what happens in February. But when I see that, and I see the median being tested, I see there's only 11 days left for this. So bears literally have to reject us around here, or they're going to risk bulls actually reclaiming this. On top of it, we see the lowest level ever recorded on the monthly on Solana. It really is not too crazy to me, especially when we see, volatility was pretty low here. It was around the 30%. We got that expansion that essentially equated to Solana just going parabolic, So why I'm bringing this up is because we have lower volatility than even this moment here. So it's pretty insane, especially when we are seeing the kind of levels we're testing on the HPDR. Who knows? Maybe, $600 Solana into this year might actually happen. Who knows? But just like Farin's saying, I want us still to all be very cautious here because remember, Bitcoin going down can just exacerbate the moves on altcoins. Specifically like when we look at the Sol BTC pair and we see it is rejecting its monthly median. We again had that false breakout. If we go here to the daily, it looked like it was about to finally break out above the 2.6 level, and it still did not. This has just been a reoccurring thing on Sol BTC for so long. It's not even surprising anymore. But now what we see is the daily is trying to base on the SMA 200, wicked almost to the EMA 100, and we are still above, essentially the support zone at 223. Is it 223? 228, my apologies. So you're ideally as a Solana bull for its Bitcoin pairing gonna want to see this hold, not get follow through essentially from this evening star. We go to the 5 day, I think also out of setup. The 5 day did have a setup, and now we are getting that volatility expansion on Sol BTC. That can be good because that ideally will bleed into the Sol Tether pairing still expanding to the upside. What we see on this 5-day is interesting because we are invalidating that 5-day silver cross to the downside. We are about to range reclaim essentially that 228 level. And so again, if we get any kind of pullback into Sol BTC, you know, you really should be looking at that 228 zone as an area to hold while gauging the Tether pairing. If we get any kind of pullback from this point, gauging that 215, 216 as the next major zone. So, I mean, that's all I really see on Sol BTC. It seems like we're about to reclaim into the zone. You know, this is a big range for Sol BTC. We have a volatility set up. We see here we are reclaiming and validating the silver cross. So into maybe tomorrow or, you know, into this next 5-day close, any pullback into this 228 zone should be looked at as an opportunity while gauging the Sol Tether pairing. As long as we stay above 216, I'm still going to be bullish on Sol. We will get concerned on Solana if we really start to break, especially that 203 level, and then come all the way back down here at the next range, essentially, and break this wick low here. If we break this wick low, it's going to be very detrimental to Solana, and I would not be surprised if we see 141 to maybe even all the way down to $135 for Solana. And then what would be really bad is seeing this 5-day volatility flip bearish, seeing then the monthly volatility really start to move while Sol is starting to reject up here, just would exacerbate the move, just like what we saw here back in September. So still though, looking good, higher high, watch for the higher low on the 5-day and the weekly. And that literally could come anywhere around 216, matching up nicely with the weekly EMA9. Since we've been under the EMA9 on the Tether pairing, since we just busted and reclaimed it, you would be gauging a pullback to this zone, proving to you that this is support before essentially going up and breaking this last wick high, moving closer to that, you know, 385 level, the 320 level, which is pretty insane. 320 is the top of the 38.2%. On the daily, we see here that 380 level is basically the 100% on the daily. So it's interesting to see that. But yeah, that's all I see on Sol. I'm bullish as long as it's above 216. But just like we just saw like an hour ago, this thing can really move. So be very
in 2 seconds.
Yeah.
In 2 fucking seconds. I'm just reading everyone right now. They're sending me so many messages from people that are saying, "This is fucked. Trump never he's not going to deliver in his promises. He didn't mention Bitcoin, all of that stuff."
Are you surprised that a politician lied?
No. I'm surprised that people want everything on day one, on the first speech, on the first day. Like
he would mention Bitcoin when he's getting inaugurated. That's just
it's retarded.
Hand on the bot, like that's just not even the time or place.
I don't understand. These people are fucking mental. Well, hang on.
That's the beauty of this market, though. Everyone is so emotional. That gives you your entries.
Wow, yeah, dude, fucking unbelievable. Either way, that's it for us. It's been 4 hours and 10 minutes. I gotta run. I'm sorry, I'm running a little late to something, but thank you guys. Thank you so much for everything. No, thank you.
Heading back to Central Mexico City to pick up my new pair of glasses.
Good luck. Good luck, dude. Have fun. Thank you, guys.
Yes,
Con eso nos despedimos. Ahí lo tienen. Interesante todo lo que está pasando ahorita en lo de las elecciones. Muy cagado, ¿no? Toda la comunidad de criptos. Trump no dijo nada de Bitcoin en su inauguración, no sé qué. Y la gente perdiendo la cabeza. Bueno, les mando un abrazo. Voy a disfrutar siguiendo ver esto. Tengo una cita en este momento. Pórtense bien y nos vemos pronto. Gracias. Gracias a todos por estar aquí con nosotros. Se aprecia muchísimo.